Arise, O combatants, Nigeria's calling to serve the Babcock anthem. Thank you. As we remain standing, let's have a word of prayer. Thank you, Father, Lord in heaven, for the joy and the grace that we have to be here today. Thank you that we are counted among the living, not because we are more righteous, nor are those who are no more sinful than we are. It's simply your grace, Father, and we do not take it for granted, and that's why we return all praise and adoration to you. Accept our thanks today in Jesus' name. As we begin this session, Lord, we ask that you would be here with us yourself, that the divinity of heaven will be here amongst us, and that everything that will happen here would give glory to your name. Bless each one of us, that today's proceeding will impact our lives positively as we go into the future. We thank you for our guests that are here. Thank you for bringing them safely as we interact with them and they share with us from their wealth of experience and establishment. We ask, Lord, that you give them utterance and that everything they will say to us today will help enable a bright future for us. In Jesus' name we pray. Please be seated. And once again, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this session. It's the last day, day 4 of the Babcock Entrepreneurship Week, Season 1 is the first edition. And like I said earlier, yesterday we had the eminent presence of the country director for Enactus Nigeria, who shared with us various angles and dimensions of entrepreneurship and how to translate our ideas to great innovations and enterprises. And I'm sure we found that session yesterday very useful. Today we have some individuals that are here with us. These are people who are holding their own and who have created jobs, created wealth, and enabled futures. And so we have this morning, let me quickly introduce and welcome them to the high table. And before I do that, Let me just observe, and also for the information of our guests, that we actually have more participants in this event than we have in the hall today. It's happening at such a time that Babcock University is holding her examinations, and so many of the students who participated and who should be participating in this are writing exams right now. Hopefully they join us before we go very far. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us this morning a very dynamic individual. He is the founder, Flow Forward Learning. Flow Forward Learning, Mr. Ikechi C. Odigbo. Please put your hands together as we invite Mr. Ikechi Odigbo to the podium here this morning. Please keep doing that until he takes his seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. And following quickly will be the CEO of Salvage, Mrs. Omokemi Olafunke Oladipo. Easy, sir. Please. Thank you. Mrs. Omokemi Olafunke Oladipo, triple O if you like. Olufunke, okay, pardon me. Thank you. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Next, we have CEO of Emovate Lab. Yeah. Mr. Jesu Damilare Adeshegun David. Thank you for being here. We also have here with us the MD CEO of King Glab, Mr. Anifowoshe Shegun Johnson. Mr. Anifowoshe Shegun Johnson, thank you. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shegun Johnson. And last but not the least, for this session, and I hope that she's here, I'm looking around to be sure, is an alumnus of Babcock University who is distinguishing herself in her endeavor. She is the Senior Programs Officer, Live Your Dreams Africa. Live Your Dreams Africa, Senior Programs Officer, Mrs. Joy Olushile. Okay, I think Joy is somewhere around. Perhaps she's taking time to look through and familiarize herself with the Babcock she left not too long ago. I'm sure she's finding it very intriguing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have here individuals who have come, made that time out of no time to come share with us what they have been doing and the secret of their successes. They will share with us their trade secrets as well. And so it's going to be an interactive session. Please, as much as possible, tap all that you can, avail yourself of the opportunity of their presence here this morning. But before they speak to us, I will invite the director for the Babcock Entrepreneurship Development Center, Dr. Ayodeji Ajibade, to give us a brief welcome address. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ajibade again as he gives us the address of welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome back for those that were here yesterday. And for those that are just joining us for the first time, welcome. I want to specially welcome our invited guest. Thank you so much for accepting to be here with us. And we thank God that God brought to here safely, and we are sure God will take you back safely as well. We are so excited. Excuse me. We are so excited that you are here with us. Much more important to us is what our students will learn from your experience. And I would like to say again, or to reiterate what the MC just said. This time was selected since last year, and we were planning for this program since last year. But then the election, I'm sure you're aware, the NUC made all institutions to go on a compulsory vacation for about a month. And that really affected, so what should have happened in school during that time is now just happening. So normally the exams that they're writing now should have been concluded. As a matter of fact, this from the original university calendar, this is supposed to be a week to the final exam. So the final exam should start next week. And all serious activities academically should have, ended since around last week. So this time, the students are supposed to be very available. But because of that compulsory holiday that we needed to adhere to, the students just resumed last week, thereabouts, and they are just doing some of those exams now. So we are so sorry that the hall is not yet full. But I'm very optimistic that as they are concluding their exams, some of the people seated here have written 7 to 9 exams this morning, and they have made themselves to be available. So some are still writing some exams, and I'm sure as they finish the exams, they will be coming here as well. Now, in Babcock University is charting a new path in terms of entrepreneurship. You and I know that, just like we discussed yesterday, often at times it's not what students study in school that they will end up building their living on. And instead of academics, focusing so largely on something that at the end of the day the student might not end up using, why not create time to focus on some things that will be very relevant for them, in future? And Babcock University is now being deliberate on this journey of becoming an entrepreneurial university, right? We started this last year, and that was when our office was actually inaugurated and created, the Babcock Entrepreneurship Development Center. And we have started with, some programs that will basically help. So our mandate basically is to change the mindset of all Babcock University students. Basically, not just students anyways, but then we are focusing on students for now. Basically, it's the entire Babcock University community, but we're focusing on the students for now. So changing their mindset to be able to think entrepreneurially, right? And that's what we are added. And this program, the Babcock Entrepreneurship Week, this is the maiden edition of the program. It's going to be an annual event. We just started this year. And there are whole lessons that we've been learning, right, from this first edition. And we're very optimistic that next edition, next year, will be much more bigger and better. And I'm sure if we come knocking at your door as well, you would not shut the door on us. That the last time I came, the hall wasn't full. So I'm not going to come this time around. I'm sure you wouldn't do that for us. So thank you so much for coming. So that is where we are headed. And last week, we had an interesting experience with the Enactors Country Director. The students were able to participate in an activity that really opened their mindset. So today, what is happening, just like I told you yesterday, is that we brought some people from the industry, right, to come and share their own experience, their own entrepreneurial journey with you. And you would also have the freedom to ask them questions, right? Ask them questions because you would be in their shoes, very shortly, right? So you ask them questions. And we are also deliberate about this because we are trying to also partner with the industry because we want to close that gap. There's, in the academic industry of Nigeria, of today, there's this wide gap between town and gown. And we're trying to close that gap because ideally what is happening in the academia should be solving the problems that you are facing in the industry. So we need that partnership, and that's the essence of this, because these people would need mentors as well for the ideas that they are generating, and that's why we're deliberate about this synergy with the industry, so that they're coming up with the ideas, they can have mentors that are already, past whatever it is they are now, and can put them on the right direction. So we are so excited that you'll be sharing your story with this morning. and I really crave your indulgence to be very attentive, right? Because everything is about impact. And as far as I'm concerned, if it's one person that his or her life will be transformed as a result of the exercise of today, then we've achieved our aim, irrespective of whether the hall is full or not. If it's just one person, because that person would go and turn the world around, and that's the essence of all this. So please be very attentive, take your notes, and feel free to ask questions, because we'll be calling for questions and answers very shortly. I'm sure the MC will, some other invited guests just made their way in, so you introduce them. So thank you very much for coming, and please feel at home.
All right, thank you very much. I thought you would do better than that for our director. He has worked very assiduously to ensure that all of this is put together. So I have with us in this room some individuals I had earlier mentioned. I can see from where I'm standing, Joy Olushile herself. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Joy. She's an alumna of Babcock University. A very worthy one. She was a student leader while she was here, very vocal and very articulate, and little wonder she is doing very wonderfully well out there in the industry. Joy, you're welcome. Next, we have also another gentleman and a worthy Babcock great, an alumnus, Mr. He is the MD King's Farm, Dr. Stephen Habib. Dr. Stephen Habib, please come up here. Thank you, Dr. Dangana, for chaperoning him today. Thank you. Please keep doing that until he takes his seat up there. Maybe you should stay here. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a talk show, it's a panel session. Like Dr. Ajibade said, these illustrious gentlemen and ladies will take us through the conversations that we will have today. And I am very sure that the discussions today will bear fruits as we move on. One after the other, they will take 10 minutes each to make very brief presentations here before we will go over to the interactive sessions where they will ask questions, and they, of course, they are ever willing. Their entire day is today, I guess. So they have left everything to her. So you have them. Please tap from their wisdom and their resources. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first person I'm going to call up to talk to us is the founder of Flow Forward Learning, Mr. Ikechi Odigbo. Please put your hands together for him again. You're welcome, sir.
Sorry. You guys are innovative, so I just brought my laptop, so to be in the flow. All right, so let me just. Okay. I just want to express my appreciation to the leadership of Babcock for continuing to drive excellence in knowledge share and personal development. I believe that personal development is so key. is so key to not just achieving success, but to experiencing fulfillment and fulfilling your destiny. We are from Flow Universal Solutions, and what we focus on is to provide innovative solutions in personal development, especially in the area of entrepreneurship and professional development, as well as personal development. And I want to welcome everyone because I can understand how chaotic your schedules must be, that you have to juggle your examinations as well as being part of this Innovation Week. At Flow, we tend to take a rather different track and route to personal development, especially entrepreneurship. And the reason is because, you get immersed in all of these business principles, you study about management, you study about how to develop your business plan, you also study about how to drive sales and what have you. And of course, you're involved in all sorts of innovative activity. But the truth of the matter is, entrepreneurship is all about you. When you choose to be an entrepreneur, you become the primary seed capital for your business, the primary human capital. So whether you have staff or you don't have staff, you are the culture. You are the culture. You're the primary product that you're selling to the market. So the way you dress, the way you conduct yourself, the way you relate with your business partners, the way you relate with your customers becomes so key, because you are going to shape the culture, you're going to shape the prospect, you're going to shape the dynamic of your business. So we believe even if you have a good idea and have adequate excess funding, business can only be built from the inside out. Am I making sense? Huh? From what? Inside out. So the journey of being an entrepreneur, I know most people think, is entrepreneurial something that is just by talent? Entrepreneurship, is it by talent or is it something you learn? I think it's a little bit of both. And what we do at Flow is to develop a play kit. We have developed a play kit called the Winpreneur Program, which affords you the opportunity to learn how to navigate through the uncertainty and complexities of building a business. Building a business is fun, it's exciting. It's something that I was part of a foundation team, pioneering team, that set up a very successful advertising agency that today works for the likes of MTN, Unilever, we work for Diageo, and many leading global multinational companies. And in that building process, you just find that you're learning as you go. So, like I said, the business owner is the primary seed, and seed capital. And if you're the primary seed capital, what does that mean? It means your personality, your mindset. And now, by personality, I mean you have to be acutely aware of how you present yourself. The most successful people, the most successful business leaders appreciate that they are not just selling their product. They are selling a certain brand, a certain imagery, which should appeal to the primary audience. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? So your personality is so important. That do people want to relate with you? Do they see the seed of greatness in you? You don't want to cover your potential. You don't want to dress your potential in, how would I call it? In the wrong garment. Mindset is also key. Even when things are not going well, you have to put forward a positive mindset. If your mood swings depend on how well the business is doing and not doing, your staff will look at your body language. This man doesn't believe this business will succeed and leave. Am I making sense? I'm telling you the internal dynamics. I'm not here to discuss business plan or all of those things. Because most of the time, it is forgotten that after all is said and done, the primary driver is the person that is going to determine the outcome. So, your disposition, your experience is also key. You need to make a critical decision. Am I going to start off on my own? Or am I going to work in a related company and garner the necessary experience so that I don't just start off blind? Both have advantages and pitfalls. You need to be self-aware of the kind of person you are to be able to harness your potential to the optimum. So, your potential, your experience, you need to have experience. You need to have experience in that field. And if you don't have experience in that field, then you need to go into an intensive personal knowledge development in that field that is beyond what you are learning within the four walls of this university. You need to be able to say to yourself, okay, there is something that I normally like to say, that a leader in America says. It says, after an adventure in the Iraqi war, he said, there are things you know. Is that not so? There are things you know. And there are also things you know you don't know. Is that not so? Huh? You know, there are things you know you don't know. Then, most importantly, there are things you don't know that you don't know. And that's where the minefield is. Are you getting what I'm saying? So if you're going into entrepreneurship by yourself, you need to be acutely aware of these three levels of knowledge or ignorance. Things you don't know that you don't know. Because the whole idea of business is if you're a business leader, you need to reduce risk to the minimum. Do you get what I'm saying? When you come up with that ambitious, big, hairy, audacious business goal, an idea, your job now becomes to begin to reduce the gaps in knowledge so that you reduce the risk of failure. Because it is what you don't know that will lead to failure. It's not lack of capital. It's not because it's not a good idea, but what you don't know that you don't know. Am I making sense? I'll just give you an example, a short example, and I've already spent 10 minutes. 5. I'll spend the 10 minutes. Okay, so I'll just round it up. There was this friend of mine had a fantastic business idea about how to develop not just an accounting system for hospitals, but it was like a client management app that hospitals could subscribe to. And it was actually better than the global standard out there. But he found as he went from one hospital to the other, he was not getting traction. He was not getting traction not because his price for the product was not good. He was not getting traction not because his product wasn't better than the imported brand. He was not getting traction because the admin and finance people who are the gatekeepers that would approve the adoption of that software were already in strong financial arrangements with the guy that has the franchise for the imported. So when he's saying, this thing will do this, they'll just be looking at him. He doesn't know why they are blank. Are you getting what I'm saying? So there were some interests he was not aware of that undermined his ability to gain traction on his product. So the other thing I'll just land here, is the ability to make sound decisions is what determines the trajectory of any endeavor. To make sound, right decisions. To do that, you must be open to receive the opinion of other people. It's very, very important. You must be open to the input, the advice, the frank criticism out there. If you're somebody that is very protective of your idea because you believe it's so fantastic, you're reducing the prospect of successful execution by not allowing people criticize your ideas, criticize your decisions. So I'll pause it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for putting that succinctly in just 10 minutes. We'll have more of him when you ask your questions. Before I call on the next speaker, let me quickly introduce those who came with the MD of Innovate Lab. The MD is here, Mr. Adeshegun David. We have Funto came with him. Thank you very much, Funto, for being here. We have Tolu. Tolu, thank you. And then we have Abayomi. Abayomi, thank you very much for being here too. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please put it together as Mr. Adeshegun David comes upstage to make his presentation.
Good morning, everybody. It's such a privilege to be here and to share with you in a short period of time two things, actually. I'm just going to summarize my thoughts into two things. So the first is a demand for entrepreneurs that would really make a difference in the 21st century. And the second is a reward, okay? So a demand and a reward. So a very quick story. In the 19th century, an hospital in Austria, began to discover that women who came to, put to bed, who came to deliver, were dying. And this was not the case before that time. So they just found out that the mortality rate for mothers, the maternal mortality rate, was increasing. And it became a very serious challenge because they felt it was an outbreak of another very serious, disease or something. Maybe something similar to what the COVID-19 was for us. And all the doctors came together, scientists came together, they were trying to resolve, what could be the issue, what could be the issue? And then they kept thinking. Until one day, a doctor, Samuel West, said he had an idea that he had discovered that the moment the mortality rates shot up was when doctors would come from performing surgery. I mean, like surgeries in other operating theaters, and then move straight away to go deliver mothers. Unfortunately, then we didn't have latex hand gloves, right? So there was no protective covering on the hands. So basically, what the doctors will do is somebody has an abscess in their stomach, they just, put in the hand, kind of treats the patient, suture and stuff, and then move over to the next department, which was the maternity room, and then deliver children. So the mothers were dying because of the introduction of, sepsis or something like that. And this had continued for a long period of time. And then the man said, hey, I feel we should have the doctors who go to perform surgeries wash their hands with lime before they move to go deliver children. And then all the other doctors were like, oh, no. This is too simplistic an answer. That cannot be it. So what he asked for was, can you let me, just run the experiment? And he did that. And immediately the mortality rates tanked. So these doctors were kind of like shocked that something as simple as that could be the solution to something that had been taking a lot of lives. So they ganged up against him and they sent him packing out of town. But then he went to the next city that, welcomed him, and then he replicated the same thing, and mortality rates were almost zero. Now, for every entrepreneur, the man must have not considered himself an entrepreneur. He was just a doctor who was doing his job. But I feel like entrepreneurs are people who are able to take something from 0 to 1, who are able to, create value where initially there didn't seem to be any value. The only thing is that they now put a price tag on that value they've created. But the base demand or the base characteristic of every entrepreneur that has ever shaped the world is curiosity. Particularly in a century that is now designated as a VUCA world. We live in times that are volatile, that are uncertain, that are complex and ambiguous. It means the things that were almost law 10 years ago have changed. Like the rules have changed, a lot of things have changed. So the way business is done has changed, the way life is lived has changed. Everybody has to keep reinventing themselves to be able to be relevant. But curiosity is what sets some people apart and helps them to have gone into the future and take solutions from the future and bring them to the present. And that's one of the key characteristics of entrepreneurs. If you can nurture curiosity as a virtue, you're going to find that where others do not see opportunities, where others see challenges, you will get to actually see opportunities consistently. Very important. But the interesting thing is, there's this idiom we grew up with: curiosity killed the cat. However, that's not the complete idiom, right? So it's curiosity killed the cat and satisfaction brought it back. Meaning that when you're curious in a positive way, the end point of your curiosity is that you discover a solution to something that has been nagging at you, that has been, that has become like, a grain of sand in your eyes, and it has been irritating you. So the first thing is you have to nurture curiosity. Go beyond your comfort zone. Ask why questions. Why is this happening? And whenever I teach people how to think, I teach people critical thinking and creative thinking. I tell them that I spend a lot of time with children because children actually excel at curiosity. And that's because they are always asking why questions. I mean, my son is 5 years old, and that's one of the first things everybody that meets him have discovered about him. It would almost overwhelm you with questions. Why is this? Why is that? Why is that? And I made up my mind that I would never shut him down, because the challenge with most of us is that either our parents shut us down or our teachers shut us down. So we're asking why questions and they were saying, why are you disturbing us? I mean, we don't have time for all of that. But it's essential. The difference between the Western world and our world, the African continent, is because culture sometimes does not allow you to ask why questions. It shuts us down. So you're trying to ask. People are telling you, no, it's a no-go area. Don't ask. But the Western world, they encourage asking the why questions. And as they keep asking, they keep coming into breakthroughs that the world now enjoys. So that's the first one. Number two is influence. That's the reward of entrepreneurship. You have outsized influence. Jack Dorsey of Twitter said, business is presently the greatest exporter of culture. Meaning that if you want to shape the lives of people, you don't need to go take a megaphone and shout from the housetops. If you run a very successful business, you would shape the way people live and the way people do things. Right now, we're basically shaped by billionaires in Silicon Valley that we have never seen before. And I'm not sure we might not see some of them. But we all have WhatsApp, right? Instagram, right? So Mark Zuckerberg is calling the shots. He has very, very, mind-blowing, brilliant people around him that are building a product that is almost addictive. And whereas before you were very cool with how you looked, but the moment you went on Instagram, you started feeling inferior because you saw people who had used filters and all of that. That's shaping culture. It's influence. All right? And that's one of the things you have to see about the call to entrepreneurship, the journey of entrepreneurship. You can exert positive influence. You can transform the lives of many people without you ever seeing them face to face through business. How many of us have ever called toothpaste, Close Up or Maclean or something? Yeah, basically, because some people, their brand name became so registered until that became the name for that particular product. It's that much influence. How many people have seen Nike videos, Nike ad videos? Nike ad videos. Nike does not sell products. They sell experiences. They sell hope. They tell you that, hey, this young man was always lazy before until one decided to take his life in his hands and began to train. And now he won the Ironman competition. Or he became Michael Jordan and stuff like that. And then they tell you, they put Nike, just do it. It registers in your head that, oh, wow, I can do it. But then somewhere also unconsciously, Nike has sold itself as the product that can help you do it. Do you get the picture? So if you go towards business with that sense that I can actually make a whole lot of difference, I can shape the culture of people, you would find that the resilience you need to build enduring businesses will be present. The challenge with many Nigerian businesses, I was here last week and I was asking, how many people can tell me any Nigerian business that is over 100 years old? Like an indigenous, company. And people kept, mentioning some names, and I was telling them, no, these are not indigenous. They were not built by Nigerians. The only one that I think everybody can agree on is Alabukun. And that's about the only business that is more than 100 years old that was founded by a Nigerian. And it has been running in Nigeria for the past 100 years in an unbroken manner. But Alabukun is not that popular because most of us here don't use it. Right? However, the reason, I don't know what the reason was for their longevity, but if we want to make longevity a more common occurrence, then it is when we have that sense of, I can actually shape culture through what I'm building. I can shape culture through the business I'm running. I can make people live in a certain way, right, through the business I'm doing. And we have a number of, entrepreneurs that are trying to do that, who are actually, making life far better for people because of the kind of businesses they are building, and because the end point is for those people. For instance, how many people know about piggy vest? Right? Now the savings culture has increased in Nigeria because piggy vest allows you to lock your money. That's influence. So people are now able to do things they would normally not have done because they had access to their bank accounts to just pull out all the money. So two things: a demand, curiosity, and a reward, influence. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That was very stimulating. We'll have him again during the interactive session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have, before I invite the next speaker, I'd like to introduce some persons who have accompanied our guest here. We have Mr. Dan Gia. Mr. Dan Gia came with Mr. Odigbo. Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Gia. And then we have Oluwatoyin. Oluwatoyin came with the CEO of Salvage. Thank you very much, Oluwatoyin. And we have the significant order of Mrs. Omokemi Olufunke Oladipo. She is here with her husband, Mr. Oladipo, I guess. Must be somewhere around. Yeah. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. We'd like to remind or request our guests to please add the other information about your success story. We want to know how you have gotten to where you are. I'm sure Dr. Ajibade wants to emphasize on that.
Yeah. So please don't deny us that, and don't be stingy with that information. What we want to hear is, what are you doing now? How did you come about that thing you're doing now? Because that's what these people want to. So we want you to challenge them, you know. So those who have spoken, probably they will be giving 1 or 2 minutes as well. What are you doing now? How did you come about that thing? Because you thought out of the box to get yourself where you are today. Please don't be stingy with that information. That's what we want to hear. Thank you, sir.
It might be your trade secret, but please share with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to invite Mrs. Oladipo, CEO Salvage, to share her story and experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Omokemi Olufunke. Please correct it on that pamphlet. It's Olufunke Oladipo. BSc, HND, MED, FCA, ACTI. Is it afternoon yet? It's still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm happy to be here today. I don't know the proper way to greet you. Did I say up, Babcock, or I don't know, do you say anything like that in this school? Great Babcock. Okay, great Babcock. Great Babcock. Great Babcock. Yes, I like that because I want you to interact with me. It is what you do that will make me perform exactly what you want me to perform, right? Okay, CEO Salvage. I say Salvage because Salvage is a comparison of 2 different businesses. We have Salvage Professional School and Salvage Consultants. Salvage Professional School deals with trainings generally. ICANN, CITN, CIBN, professional trainings, management trainings, and sorts. And we have the other aspect of Salvage. It's a Salvage Consultants. We deal with accounting, consulting, taxation, secretarial management, and all sorts, auditing, internal audit, and the rest of it. So when somebody asks me, what's the name of your company? I wonder which one to give. Is it Salvage Professional School or Salvage Consultants? So I'd rather say Salvage. And we have many other things we do that I might not mention now, but in the course of my discussion. Now, entrepreneurship, let me give you the definition that is very simple and concise. It's innovation and starting a business. Innovation and starting a business. Simple. And then, I want to tell you something because entrepreneurship is very wide. We can only pick a particular section and talk to it. So, I want to tell you that, or let me rather say, I want to make a theme that take a position. Take a position. And why am I saying take a position? Why am I saying taking a position? Is it's always very difficult for people to determine whether to be an employee or to be an entrepreneur, whereby you become an employer. It's always difficult. It's always a very difficult decision Am I right? Yes or no? Okay, fine. So now, how did I start? Many years ago, I was working somewhere as a bursar in a school. And the resumption time was 7:30, closing time, no closing time. Because officially, the closing time is supposed to be 4 p.m., but I think that is exactly the time we actually start work, the second side of the work. Because my boss will come in around 4:35 p.m. You dare not go home until she comes. 4:35 p.m. and she will say we have a meeting, management meeting. And of course, the boss must be part of the management meeting. And we might not finish the meeting until like 8 p.m., 9 p.m. in the night. So at that point, I discovered that I needed to take a position. And the position is be on your own or look for another job. Now, that is one. Secondly, when I qualified as a chartered accountant, I decided that I just found myself one way or the other somewhere that I had to teach a crowd of adults. And you know how it could be for the first time when you are facing a large audience and you want to talk and your heart is like bing, 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 and you want to teach. Is it true? I want to see the responses now. Is it true? The first time. And I was like, bing, 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 bah. But then I had to do it. I did it to the best of my ability. And when I finished, they were like, oh, the lecture was good. We enjoyed the lecture, blah, blah, blah. I was like, whoa. So it was really, I was there. And that is it. That is where I started. And I said, okay, I must set up a professional center of my own, which I did. And that's why we teach, and we have so many lecturers working with us, and the work is going on. We have trained many chartered accountants. We have trained many that are in several good positions today. That is by the wayside. So now, after some time, I already have told you I'm not that taking a position. I took another position there that I had to start teaching. I can teach. So that is that. And then later, how did I leave my job? I had to resign to set up salvage consultants. And that's where I started from, salvage consultants. And the same boss I left hired me to come and do some investigations and some consulting services in accounting for her. While I was doing that, we discovered some anomalies in the accounts, because after I left, another accountant came, and you know how it could be. Things were not the way it should be. And when we investigated, we discovered that some things were missing and some things were not done the way they should be done. So she now said, okay, I need an accountant like you. Help me to look for one like you. And I had my charge, I got my pay, and I was trying to look for an accountant like myself. I brought 5 that I thought were good. But after her checking of these people, she said she doesn't like any of them. She now said, what about you? Why can't you just be doing it while you are still doing what you are doing? You know? And there's this thing in my head that came like, whoa, that salary might be going on while you are doing that, and your consultancy work will be going on by the side. Forgetting the fact that it can never work like that. Of course, I made a mistake. I took the job again, the second time, and I thought I was running my consultancies. And then in the process, I discovered that I didn't have time for my consultancy services. I had to focus on her job, because my kind of person, I like to deliver. So can you see that I've made a mistake there? Now, I'm telling you this because I don't want you to do the same thing. I want you to take a position. If you are going to entrepreneurship, go into entrepreneurship. If you want to be a salary earner, be a salary earner. Most times I don't like talking about entrepreneurship. I don't like talking to people about it. Why? Because sometimes I feel jealous Or I feel, by the time I say all these things I'm saying, some people will resign their work. And probably my staff will want to think the other way around. Because I've had many staff working with me, and after learning a lot from me, after, all the talks and taking them out like this, you discover that they start thinking outside the box, which is good. But for the company, is it good? Can you see they're laughing? So, but that's the truth. That's the truth. But I'll keep saying it because God will keep providing good stuff. Okay? Brilliant ones to replace the ones that are leaving. So now, like I was telling you, that you should take a position. With your time, take a position. Do you want to work 8 to 5, 8 to 6, or you want to have your time in your hands? Do you want to have authority on your time? You want to get to work when you like and leave when you like? You have to take a position. Whichever one you pick will determine whether you're going to be an entrepreneur or you are going to be an employee for life. Or an entrepreneur for life. Because at this level, with the people I have here now, which all of you here, I know that we are supposed to be talking about taking that position, making a decision of which one you want to do. Some of you might have started something, but what about the ability to continue? The determination to continue without looking back, like I did. I'm sure you still want to listen to the rest of my story. Eventually, I resigned that appointment for the second time. But this time, no more looking back. So I didn't look back again. And it is 10 years now. Savage is growing. Savage has gone places and is still going. So now, if you want to, like my boss, want to get to your place of work by 4 p.m. and say, nobody can go home until I come, we're starting a management meeting by 4:30, then you take a position. If you want to keep sleeping and resting until you are ready to wake up, take a position. Thank God for the area of communication, telephone, phones, iPhone, and the rest. You can communicate with your staff in the office and give them instructions on what to do if you have to. Then 2, as an entrepreneur, especially for women, women have a lot of responsibilities. I mean, not like the men. If you're a woman and you're getting married, or you are married, or when you eventually get married, you have to take care of the children. Your primary responsibility is to take care of the children, take care of the home, take care of your husband, take care of the extended relatives. The relatives and the rest of them. And you still have to take care of yourself. If you are not an entrepreneur, how do you think you manage all those tentacles at the same time? It's not easy. Before long, you start getting cranky because you have to do all those along with your probably 8 to 6 job. And you know what goes on these days? Using maids and nannies is definitely not the best option anyway. So, but if you're an entrepreneur, there are several ways you can go about it. You still make your money, you still have a comfortable life, and carry out your responsibilities perfectly. Am I right? Now let's look at another aspect of it, money. If you're an entrepreneur, there's no limit to the amount of money you can have. It's not just money now, wealth creation. You become somebody that creates wealth for yourself. The more you work, the harder you work, the more money you get. Unlike salary, unlike being an employee, you are limited. Before you collect it, you would have budgeted everything you want to spend the money for, and you spend everything off. But for an entrepreneur, yes, you don't know where the next big money is coming from, but you can just sleep and wake up, and the next thing somebody is calling you to say, I have this contract for you, I have this job for you. How can you help us out? And you are charging and you are billing. And it keeps flowing in. The more people get to know you, the more inflows. Especially if you have a niche for yourself. If you have carved a niche for yourself, and you are the only one, or you are the one that is capable of doing that particular thing perfectly, of course, the sky is not the limit. Then one important thing I want to say, because I can see that my 10 minutes, I thought it's going to be 10 hours. One important aspect of entrepreneurship, think about helping humanity. Look for something that is lacking in the lives of people in the world and try to help. If you are able to do that, you are going to break it. There are several ways of helping humanity. If you have the mind of helping, your social responsibilities, take it seriously. Look at people around you. Even as you do your business, don't let everything be money, money, money until you pay me so much. You help someone today, the person will bring back 10 more people to you. So that is just it. It's a big secret. Am I supposed to even be telling you? Am I supposed to be telling you? Oh yes, you are not acting like you are grabbing it. But it's a serious thing. Don't think about yourself. Think about others, and then it will flow back to you multiple times. So, my dearest, take a position today. Be an entrepreneur, be a boss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our guests seem to have too much that they want to share with us today, and but very little time to divulge everything. But we'll come back to them again with your questions during the interactive session. Next, I'm going to invite another speaker, but before I call him, I would like to introduce someone very special that he has come with. Our MD CEO of King Glab, Mr. Anifowoshe Shegun Johnson, is here with his wife, Mrs. Folakemi Anifowoshe. Thank you. So on that note, I would like to invite Mr. Anifowoshe Shegun Johnson. Please put your hands together for him.
Wisdom, they say, is profitable to direct, but business is profitable to a plan. Do you have a plan for your business? See, I had to wear this suit just to look like you, but we'll be going straight to the core. Entrepreneurship, here we go. Oh. But do not be afraid. Imagine yourself coming to school, and it's the moment you leave home that you feel like using the toilet. That self-discipline to hold on to that thing till you get to a proper place where you can relax yourself, but see the pain you've been going through. Like, let's say there's down traffic on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. You'll be beside, but you just want to get to a destination. It's only self-discipline that will let you get to one destination where you can finally cool off yourself. And it's just where business lies. When you cool off, the trophy arrives. In your business, you just become happy. You get relieved. So in 2015, that's when I started King Lab Cuisine. We're a quick food service restaurant. In Lagos, everybody sells spaghetti in Lagos now. I'm one of the people that sells spaghetti in Lagos. But it's doing well. That is why it's recognizable. I started from the cradle. Like, I think I was 12 years old and I started cooking. But then I was cooking for fun. I was just cooking to enjoy myself. And through those moments, I kept on learning new recipes, new skills, till I gained admission into school. Then afterwards, I delved into the business fully. It didn't come easy. My first food spot was, there was no shade, I was just under a tree. My first it was 5, I budgeted 30 plates per day. I sold 5 plates only. Meanwhile, I borrowed the money from my brother to start the business. But I was happy he didn't even ask for the return. The next day, I went back to the same spot. I sold 3. I kept on 2-1, 2-1. And mind you, I had 30 plates of food ready for people to buy, but they're only buying 2, 1, 5. In 2 weeks, I was selling 50 packs per day. The curiosity that I have, if I can sell 50, I can sell 100. Let's push it to 70. That was how we started growing. Meanwhile, I think we need good people around us to actually succeed. I employed a 9-year-old boy to work with me. As a 9 years old, I was not in the kitchen, but this boy was ready to be in the kitchen with me. And people just saw his tenacity. They dived to the ground, and everybody wanted to buy. Oh, that's my sous chef. Oh, your sous chef? Everybody came to buy them. We started 100 plates, 150 plates. Imagine, from 5 plates daily to 150 plates daily. So I made that money. I said I will not spend the money. I took that money, all the profit I had. In 2017, I went to Lagos Business School. I said, I want to learn. All my profit, I took it to Lagos Business School. I learned entrepreneurship purely. See, it didn't guarantee success. Because where I was selling, they pursued us away from there. There was nothing I could sell anymore. I had to stay back at home. So, Ogbeni, why did you go to school? That 1.2 million, maybe I would have used to flex. One night, I took a bus to Abuja. I didn't know where I was going to in Abuja. I said, if Lagos does not pay, somewhere will pay. I took a night bus to Abuja. I don't think I won't try that again. I won't. No, I won't. So I went to NYC camp in Abuja. I paid for a sport. They gave me a sport. Nobody was willing to buy anything I was selling. Camp was 3 weeks. Nobody was buying anything the first week, second week. I said, Mutiwagbe by you. There was nowhere to sleep. So, see that table there's a bigger size. So, my friend I brought from Lagos, we just put it on the floor. So we'll sleep on it. One night, it was raining, and water took us. I say, this one carry me, they go, water carry me, they go back to Lagos. But no, I didn't go back to Lagos. 2 days to the end of camp, everybody came to our store. He said, no, this is what they want to eat today. But we don't have enough goods, though. We sold 200 plates in 1 day. A day to the end of camp. Because I said I would never come back after this one. So in camp, you leave the next Monday morning, where everybody packed their bags by 5 a.m. Almost every copper in that camp was in my store. So let's say you have 5,000 people. Almost 1,000 people want the food. How would I do it? By plan ahead. Me. If 200 people has bought that food, 500 people can buy that food. So that's how everything went. But I know you have challenges in your business right now, and some of you are either into debt. You are racking your head and like, this business would not survive this phase. It's only a phase. I can assure you, it is only a phase. I got back to Lagos. Then we invented technology into the business. How many of you know the story of, okay, if you were on Twitter last week or last 2 weeks, Auntie Esther Ezinni, she sells goods in my 12 markets. See, I know her. She has been hustling for life. Just a bad demarketing catapulted her brand, and everybody wants her to sell to them. It just takes a thing of luck for this business to boom. In 2021, May, I dropped a tweet on Twitter, random one like everybody does with tweets. Then the tweet blew up. We had close to 3 million impressions. My phone was buzzing every second. We deliver close to 1,500 plates. That's that same day. At the rate of 1,500. I felt sick. Then I was dating my wife then. We both felt sick. Because the order was too much for us, we just went to the hospital. 4 days later, we came back. But however, we had people who had taught the business, which we've also put through the business. I know your secret of business, you don't want to trade it. But if something happens to you, would that business still stand the test of time? Ask yourself that question. Why are you hiding your recipes? You want to be in one location for life? No, ask yourself. Because there's this thing we do in Africa. No, that's my trade secret. F word, your trade secret, yeah. But you're a businessman and you want to empower people. That is your goal. That is what you want to do. There's nothing like trade secrets. Share this knowledge from your pool of wisdom. Empower more people. And you will see people rise up with you. Davido's words. Afterwards, we infused technology into the brand. I partnered with a company called Chowdeck Logistics. After Jumia in Lagos, Chowdeck is the next. And we are planning on topping Jumia in the next 2 years. Just give us 2 years. 2 years only. Now we deliver everywhere in Lagos. The food is everywhere. And last year, from 2015, where we're doing 5 plates daily, on deliveries only, we made 130 million naira from January to December. That's not people walking into the store. Your belief must be out of this box. If they tell you you can't do it, no, you can do it. I know you don't have the money to do it. Money will come. You have pocket money. They give you 10,000 naira weekly. Save 3,000 naira. Because if your data finish, there will be data on your phone the next minute. Make that sacrifice. I know it's hard. You want to chat with your girlfriend, your boyfriend. See, you would understand. You meet him in Love Garden or amphitheater. You talk face to face.
How do you know those places?
I'm a student. I know what we do. That your business will boom. That your business will grow. Everything you're going through now is just we call the teething period. Like a child that is growing its teeth. There's a pain there. You're feeling the pain. It's going to go away. Either you put salt or you put all these medical things. It will go. Then you reach your growth period. And after your growth period comes your peak period. The star is the beginning. Go and shine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anifowoshe. You know, someone said, until your dream scares you, you have not dreamt yet. You don't have a dream. Until your dream is so big that you are afraid of it, you haven't had a dream. I think that's what I glean from that. Please put your hands together again for Mr. Anifowoshe. I would like to very quickly, if the director for Ventures, Transport and Ventures, Busa, is here, Mr. Francisco, I see you running around carrying things, ensuring that things get set up. Yeah, I've seen Mr. Francisco. Please put your hands together for Francisco. He is Director, Transport and Ventures, Babcock University Student Association. We also have in the house the Deputy Bossa, Babcock University. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. Thank you. We have also the Director for Alumni Affairs, Dr. Jonathan Dangana. Dr. Dangana, thank you. And then, while the presentation was going on, we have been waiting for one of our presenters who has been stuck in traffic, but he has become victorious and is able to cross over to the other side here today. And that is the MD CEO, Anchor Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Austin Ebose. Mr. Austin Ebose is here. Thank you. Please, the protocol, kindly make him come over, find his way to the podium here. Thank you very much. Mr. Austin Ebose. Thank you. For showing us such love. Thank you. Dr. Dangana, if our guests, some of them are coming for the first time, ensure that they go away with the best of Babcock courtesies. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Next, we're going to have a very beautiful lady, one of Babcock greats, Miss Joy Olushile. This Joy Olushile finished from here some few years ago. You're welcome.
Great Busa. Greatest of the greatest Busa. Are you guys greatest of the greatest Busa? Okay, so let me calm down now. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. I'm seeing familiar faces. Hello, everyone. It's still me. Didn't change. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here. While I was coming through the gates, I was just having a lot of memories, and they're very pleasant memories, and I'm sure you're going to get to that point where going through Babcock Gate is going to birth pleasant memories. I hope you're enjoying Babcock. Are you? Are you? Anyway. Okay. So I'll be talking about my story so far and what lessons that I learned from Babcock that has birthed me to where I am right now. But I'll be starting from Babcock. So please pay close attention because I don't want you to make the mistakes I made while I was in Babcock. Sometimes I just sit at home and be like, Shile, you're not wise, oh, that time. If I don't do like this, but no, you don't get this sense like that. But now that you know, I'm going to tell you. So first thing is finding a problem and fixing it. So one thing that I've noticed about finding a problem is that sometimes the problem you find is common to that area that you are. It may not necessarily solve a problem outside school. So some of you are doing businesses now that were birthed from challenges that you've seen within school. And don't feel like, oh, when you leave, if I don't do this thing, I'm not going to progress. Some needs are specific to geopolitical zones, and the earlier you're able to harness them, the better. There was that time while in school where everybody wanted to eat with suya pepe. If I had just started a suya pepe business, boy, I would have blown by now. So there are just those little problems that exist. And once you're able to hit on them, create a chain, solve that problem, serve people, you make a lot of people happy that you didn't even get to meet. So as you're sitting here right now, as you carry on your daily activities, think of challenges that every Babcock student or an average Babcock student encounters. It could be as little as shoe polish. We don't have anybody that polish our shoe that is close to our hostel. They're always in Busa house. And we are selling something that helps people to do it in the comfort of their rooms. You've solved the problem. So challenge yourself to think about the realities. Think about yourself first. What do you want to be better? What do you think that if this was better, my life would be easier in Babcock? That's something you can trade for money. And if you don't leave school doing that, it's fine. You solved the problem. You were the king of the jungle at that point. And there are a lot of people that start doing things in school, and they are not doing it now. They are not failures. They solved a problem where they were at that certain time. The next thing would be networking. In as much as I talk to a lot of people, I tell people that I didn't network very well in Babcock. And here's why. So a lot of times, Babcock is, anytime people tell me that Babcock is only rich kids, I'm just like, if only you know that some of us, our parents have saved from the beginning of the year to pay our school fees. Well, there are some people that, yes, it's easy peasy for their parents. And there are some people that are also paying their school fees by themselves. It's a mixed crowd. So wherever you stand, you have to network among all these people. It is important because in your room, all of you are not on the same financial status. It's not possible. You have somebody that is above you. You have someone that is same with you. You have someone that is coming up. I don't want to say below you. Someone that is coming up. So you have to network across. And I'll give a typical scenario. When I was in FAD, Felicia, DBC, Dada, 2 rooms, 2 people in one. I had a roommate. And of course, if I describe that my room. So who knows Iyabo Ojo? You know Iyabo Ojo, exactly. You know Priscilla graduated from this school. So Priscilla was my roommate, and it was just 2 of us. But I was too busy doing a lot of things that I did not build a friendship that was going to convert in the same room that I was. Can you imagine? The person I'm sleeping and waking up with, she has over 1 million followers. And me, at that time, boy, I have 600 followers on Instagram that did not even know me like that. And there are a lot of things that I will see from her. Brands will literally send her things to influence in the room. And they're probably paying her over 300,000 naira for a 1-minute video, a student like you and me. And she didn't even have to leave school. And when you enter the room, you will know whose bed is which. Because once you enter, her own bed sheet like this, you know that it's not her bar, they bought it. And she had wallpapers, her bags were good. Her toilet bag was Fendi. And I was using soap case. So you can see the realities. And we knew each other as we talk, we rapport, but I never had a conversation of how our relationship could be mutually beneficial outside school. So the person that you're sleeping and waking up with in your room is your first point of networking. So you have to speak to these people outside academic work. Outside, oh, how was class today? Fine, oh, that lecturer said, he just did doing here, he just reached 5 minutes, he closed door. See, all these things will matter after school. What's your future plan? Hear from the person. Listen to the person. Add 1 or 2. So if this person now wants to start influencing, and me, I want to start doing this thing, I should be able to send this person product. The person should be able to influence it. Just chip it in. When you blow like this, I'm going to send you products. So the person would agree because you've had that conversation. And you can build up on it after school. So networking is key. Do not for any reason feel like, no, the person sleeping in the bed, we are just roommates. The next semester you change. And I had these people across my 4 years in school. My 100 level, I had a roommate that her pocket money was 230,000. 1 month. Me, my own was 10,000. And I did not even feel like she could be my best friend. No. But we're not saying that you should feed on these people. Know their strengths. Know how it could be mutually, mind my word, mutually beneficial. How can you help these people? And they don't feel like, oh, you're sapping from them. And at the same time, how can they be of help to you? Because that's what builds bonds. Next thing is build system, be disciplined, and have a working routine. Sincerely, Babcock is a place that helps you to put system in place in your life because you know what is happening, when it's happening, and where it is happening. So you should be able to work around that to build a brand for yourself. Even if you're not selling a product, sell yourself. Build a brand around yourself. I see people that do mini vlogs. What if you do mini vlogs within school? People will just follow you, and that followers, you use it when you leave school. You don't need them now. Let them just be following. There's a lot that you can build. Instead of having to start from scratch when you leave school, there are a lot of people that you know from school that would push you forward. So that's why you need to put system in place, make plans. If you're already aware of what you want to do after school, what can you do now to fuel that within school? People are bored. People are pressing their phone. People are interested in other people's lives. Let your life be the one they are interested in. That's for 3. And then 4 is make strategic moves. Sincerely, making of strategic moves is important because you need to think before you do. Because when it comes to business or life in general, you don't want to have made a decision and feel like, if I'd waited 2 more minutes, that's not what I would have decided. The day I learned the power of strategic thinking was in Babcock here. And during Busa elections, let's do throwback for those that are familiar. I was in the education department, and in my whole class, we're 18. We're not plenty. In the whole department, we're probably 120. And I'm running for Busa VP. Who votes for me? My classmates. But people that was going up against were ILD and Masscom. Exactly. I was going up against ILD and Masscom. One ILD class, one level is divided into 2 groups. I don't know if it's still the same. Is it still the same? Group A and Group B. So me, my whole class, Group A, B, C, D, we are 18. How do I want to win that battle? And I was having sleepless nights like, you people, are you sure I should run for this thing? Maybe I should just go to welfare, JJL. Maybe I should be a senator. I can go around the rooms and be all right. My friends were like, don't worry, we go run this thing. That is where I understood strategic thinking. So my mom called me one afternoon, and it's like, how's campaign going and everything? I'm like, going fine. And she said, do you need anything for your campaign? I said, Mommy, I'm like this. If you know the people that I'm going up against, I'm not sure I have hope. And she was like, okay, don't worry, I'll send something to you in school. And my mom sent me hand fans and printed my poster on the hand fans. She sent like 200 of them. And my roommates, they were like, Shili, you have to think before you share. You can't just give your friends. Now, there are 28 departments, as at that time, 28 departments in Babcock. If we make sure that 2 people in every department, every level, have this hand fan, you've won all the classes. I'm like, we're down to start looking for 2 people in every level. We're just 18 in my class, we're fine. And these people said, Chile, we follow you. You will not win this thing. Let's just leave you. And they took the whole sack. And they literally looked for people. Every level, 2 people in every class had that hand fan. So if you like, at least there has to be 1 person in that whole class that likes me. And that is how we started entering into departments that we knew nobody. So strategic thinking is key. And then the last thing I want to say is, or last 2 things, forgive me. Last 2 things I would love to say is using already existing platforms. Some of you have family and friends that can help you, that can groom you. I know this Gen Z thing that we are doing, that we're saying we want to do self-made. I'm made by myself. I did it from the scratch. I hustled it. The streets are not smiling. My guy, don't kill yourself. I'll do 1 example. So Priscilla Ojo is 1 good example. Her mom is already an actress. And her mom pushes her out. She posts her picture, tags her. People go and follow her daughter. I had another roommate that was also an actress daughter. I can't remember her mom's name right now. But when I checked this girl's social media page, we're together. She has 600 followers like me. And her mom is popular. She did not use anything that her mommy has, no influence, nothing. And she was forming, she's self-made. Why do you want to suffer? Why do you want to kill yourself? For free. If you have people that already have existing platforms, step on it. Climb on it. If you have people that have money, collect from them. Why are you going to loan up? Some of you want to form, I borrowed like from Zenith Bank like 5 million. When you have uncle that have 5 million, that will not even ask you for interest. The first capital of my business, I collected it from my mommy and I paid her back. Meanwhile, I had friends that was doing, don't worry, I know this plug. You just give us money. See, don't kill yourself. Then my last point. Learn about the business and learn skills that will help your business. There are two different things. You could be learning you could be selling clothes and you're learning about clothes. There are skills that will help you sell clothes. For example, copywriting. For example, graphics design. For example, social media management. These are things that once you start your business, you're the only one doing everything. You're the CEO, you're the content creator, you're the receipts cashier, bosser, you're everything. So you have to learn this skill. If not, all these skills, if not, you mismanage your business. And this is where I'll close. So I work with an NGO where we train entrepreneurs on this type of skills. And currently, we have a cohort of 200 people on board already. And whilst I was sitting down there, I was like, you guys have to plug into this thing. And classes start on Saturday morning. So you have between now and Friday to think about if you actually want to do these things. And the courses that we currently have on board are copywriting, community management, and graphic design. It's an NGO, and we give these courses out at 5,000. But because I know you people, I know now we. Let's do 3,000 naira. And so if you're interested in taking of these courses, please, Daniel, help me and pass a sheet that has your name, your email address, and phone number. My colleagues are going to reach out to you. So if you're going to make payment, you have to make payment between today and Friday evening, so you're onboarded on Saturday morning. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Olushile. She is that animated. I've known her for quite some time now. Daniel, the sheet, please. Make sure it gets to me too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have another Babcock great, the MD King's Farm, Dr. Stephen Habib. Please put your hands together for him.
Great Babcock. Great Babcock. It's a privilege to be here this morning. And I want to share with us quickly because of the time constraint. I graduated in the year 2008 from the Department of Agriculture, Babcock University. Thank you. Well, by the way, I went through the department of list of entrepreneurs here, and I can't find a single agricultural student. I think it's the hub of entrepreneurship. If you're looking out for the driver of entrepreneurship, I think agriculture has a key stake in that regard. So I'll share quickly with you, how we got here. Out of everything that has been said here today, I think passion is one great thing that you have to imbibe. It is what keeps you going because the terrains can be really tough. Agriculture is even a much more tougher terrain because the people you'll be competing with in the industry, are tough people. So you've got to be resolute. You've got to have that tenacity to stay put. I'll tell you some of the background. What I want to urge most of us students is to, first of all, before you can demonstrate anything to anybody, you build competence. How do you build competence? You start from now. You start from school, especially from your practical years. Some of us have the opportunity to have served, in places of interest. Like in the Department of Agriculture, we had a school farm. From there, we started. And we were able to raise livestock. We were put through the training even by a veterinarian. And from there, I think it made a lot of difference in my life even till now. Because that was the time I was able to build competence on the job. So when I left school, I served in Abuja. I proceeded for my MSc degree abroad. I didn't waste so much time because I had to come back. When I was serving, I served in the bank. When I saw the way people were rewarded in the bank. That was not my style. So I opted out even when I came back from my master's program. And why did I say so? If you find yourself anywhere, work in a place where your reward will be a function of your competence. Because I always tell people, you need to build competence before you build confidence. And I tell you, there are many people and investors out there who are looking for people with this character. Like the last speaker mentioned, you can leverage on at certain advantages that you have. It's not to depend on people per se, but you've got to be smart about it, and you've got to demonstrate the ability to do what you want to do. When I left, I ventured into a couple of businesses, real estate. We are into land selling in Abuja. So we got like an agent, basically. So we got interest from every property we sold. At some point, I was venturing into oil business, even when I studied agriculture. But we dug deep. I realized the oil business was basically bunkery. Although people made some fortune in that regard, but you know, this passion I'm speaking about, you know, it's what drove me and made me change my route to my basic discipline. So I want to emphasize one area this morning, which is what I did, because I had a couple of business associates, you know, that knew my capabilities. And they suggested business idea, but again, funding was a key limiting factor. So I came back. I decided to come back in 2011. My dad, you know, had started a farm. I think we've started it even while I was in school, but we wanted to change the narrative and scale up the business. So he was looking for personnel. I was an agricultural graduate. And we were looking for people who would help us even manage the business. So I decided to even offer myself, you know, to do the business and take charge of the situation. So I can tell you from everything I gathered in school, I was able to change the narrative. I can remember, I think we started a farm. It's a poultry farm, basically. We're into fishery, we're into feed milling and, you know, different venture, forestry, plantation crops. So when I returned, you know, we changed the narrative in the farm. We restructured it. I think we started with 11,000 birds. That was in 2011. And as of 2017, I think we've grown to 112,000 birds. And we also have the fishery, you know, enterprise there. You know, agriculture is so unlimited that there are so many opportunities that you can get in that discipline. But what I'm trying to say is that if you can leverage on this advantage you have, build the competence first. And I tell you, there are many of investors out there who are ready. They are looking for people that have that integrity. One of the things I learned in Babcock University was integrity and character. I think that can drive you a long way in the industry. So if you build that, when people can establish integrity in you and the right character to work, I can bet you the sky would only be the beginning. So entrepreneurship basically entails a lot of things, not just agriculture, because I don't want to limit it to agriculture. You know, there are different areas one can venture into. One area that people have not mentioned is even talent development. Some of us just have the gift of doing certain things. You can expand in this area. You know, people make a lot of fortune, you know, in internet, like skit making, sports, fashion, and different, as even music and entertainment, because these are goods that people consume. After hectic work, some people are just naturally, for instance, funny. And they make funny skits, and you can be surprised what people can make from it. So it's not limited to what you have been trained on, but it can be also what you are naturally gifted and what you have passion for, especially doing what you enjoy doing. So I want to urge us today, maybe during the interactive sessions, we'll entertain more questions where we can discuss more of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Habib. And so please, I hope you're getting ready for your with your questions. I hope you are, right? And then our guests, I hope you are ready to share from your wealth of experience and knowledge, much more than you have done in the last couple of minutes. And then you have your complimentary cards too, because they would want to actually connect with you even after here. And so the next and last but not the least speaker today is the MD CEO of Anchor Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Austin Ebose.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. First of all, let me apologize. I left my house at about 6 a.m. this morning. I ran into traffic on the Third Mainland Bridge, so before I could get here, it was pretty late. That's not the spirit of an entrepreneur. I'm so sorry about that. My sincere apologies to everyone. I will go straight and I will tell you where I am now, so that you understand the story where I'm coming from. In 2017, I joined this current company, the board of this company, when the company was going through a lot of stress in terms of business stress. So I joined the board as an executive director. We were having a GPI, gross premium income at that time, at about 1.2 billion, 1.6 billion. We came in, like an entrepreneur we say, we did it bootstrap, but we took it from where we were to be. Because if you need to do something different, you need to do something very unusual. Then you must have that audacity and discipline to become who you are. Because if you have audacity, don't have discipline, you make a lot of mistakes. You can end up in jail, you can end up in anywhere, you can become immoral, and all sort of. In 2019, we grew the company income from 1.6 billion to 4.2 billion. The following year, we grew to 6.2 billion. Last year, we grew by 10.4 billion. As I speak to you today, first quarter of 2023, we've done 11 billion. Now, I may ask you, what is behind this story? The things behind the story is that who do you want to be? Like Socrates said, man, know thyself. Man, know thyself. First, you recognize who you are. I know many speakers, the two speakers that spoke, the lady spoke and said, look, you have a lot of people around you who could become your relationship. Some of us do not have that orientation, that we need to develop ourselves from wherever we are. You just come to school, you study, make your first class, and you walk away. That's not how life works. The interconnectivity you need, the relationship you need to start creating it now. You must have that audacity to see what is different, what can I do differently from other persons. In the insurance industry, we have setters in terms of the brokerage, the law of all that. But I found out that the brokerage will not give me what I want. It becomes the traditional one because they feel your company is not strong enough or you're not big enough to take some responsibilities because of your solvency margin or other ones. What do? I bypass the brokerage trade. I move ahead of them. I am the underwriter. Brokers don't take risk. This risk that you have, give it to me directly. Whatever you should hold me responsible. We came up with an advert on TV for the first time on CNN. It was an audacity. It is very rare for you to see local insurance company on international channels. After 1 month we did that, a company in South Africa approached us and said they want us to handle all their businesses that are in Nigeria. We didn't ask for them. We didn't go to them. Because you must also show, as a business person, you must show that your visibility. Because if you are not known, if you are not available, you can't be used. Always have that at the back of your mind. You know, we used to say extrovert, introvert. No, that does not work anymore. You need to put yourself out at all times. Even if you are a calm person, always understand your chains of command. The way you relate, that entire connectivity is something you need to do at all times. How did I find myself in insurance? That was after a lot of frustration, not having a job. Because the intention a lot of us always have is to have a mindset that this is where I want to work. And the question to all of you here present is that, do you want to be rich or you just want to have a work? Do you want to give your life a meaning or you just want to have a job? And the question that everybody will answer is, we are all after prosperity. I'm very sure that's all we want. So if you must think about that, you must look at, how do I do these things differently? Because whichever way you make, if someone is in this agric industry, oil and gas industry, or whatever you will be, it's not the money that you are going to have in your pocket or the wealth you are going to create. It does not talk about the sector that you got your resources from. But what is more important, did you get wealth? Did you get the resources? Did you get the fund? Did you get the income? And that is what everyone should do. Because if you succeed in one sector, you have that audacity and discipline, whichever sector you belong to, guess what? You must succeed. And that is the spirit I want everyone here to have. Because I joined insurance out of frustration, trying to work in the banking sector, I didn't get. And I took insurance as an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, before 4 years of me working in an insurance company, those who were working in the bank could not even see what my colleagues and my friends that were in the bank did not understand where I was coming from. Because insurance, you work, you earn commission. If I have a business of marine transaction and I brought in a million naira to my organization, I will have 200,000. Then my salary was 55,000. So that means if I have 100 million, I have 20 million. So why do I want to go to the bank? So at the time I started working at an insurance company, after 4 months, I was called in Oceanic Bank to come and work. I said, I don't need the job anymore. I remember one of my friends told me, said, look, you just want to suffer. Why do you want to stay and stress yourself? Because I wasn't any commission. What that means is that it is how much I work that my life will be fulfilled. So I was taking my destiny in my own hands. And that's how I stay put in insurance. Today I'm a CEO. And other things that interest me in life that I want to do, I can conveniently do them because I need to diversify. So my message to all of you is that there's no need to stand, to wait in a place and say, this is my choice. Life does not have a choice, but the choice we have in life is to prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for ending on a punchy note, I'm sure that we will not forget those last words. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, that is the end of the presentation by our guest speakers. Please, would you want to put your hands together again for each and every one of them? Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate all the nuggets that you have shared with us. And now it's time for feedback. The Q&A session is now. So we'll just pass the microphone around, and so just go straight to your point, your questions. You can address your questions to any of our guests here. And please be straightforward, be straight and direct with your questions, so we do not spend too much time. Our time is fast spent. We should actually be on the next segment of our activity this morning by now, going by the schedule on our program leaflet. Can I have the other mic? Where do you have it? Someone picked the other mic from here. Technical, please kindly make the other microphone available so we can go in what particular order now. So maybe we'll start from where the mic is coming from. So anyone who has a question from that column, that section of the room, please can you just raise your hand and then the mic will get to you. Any question from that session? Okay. Does anyone have any question, please? Okay, please. Let's come over to this side. Introduce yourself, and then go straight to your question.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sharon, and I'm a 400 level student of Agric Department. And the question I want to ask, it's an open question. I want to ask, how does one build a team? Because every time they always say, okay, when you need to like get your team, network with people, but like, how do you meet these people? How do you know how to like build this team that, you work with to achieve your goals?
All right, that's an open question. Any one of our speakers can address that. So, what's your pleasure? Do we harvest questions? Let's harvest all the questions, and then we can now take turns in answering them. So that is one question. Any other question here? Do we still have? Okay, let's exhaust that column, please, sir. That's someone else.
Good afternoon. My name is Anu. I'm an 100 level economics student. So I have a question. The first speaker said, what kind of person am I? So I want to ask that, what questions can you ask yourself? Or how can you evaluate yourself to know the kind of person you are and your strengths and your weaknesses? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Solomon Ademi from Physiology.
Please, can you be audible? We didn't hear anything you said now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Solomon from Physiology 100 level. My question is for Mr. Shegun specifically. So, sir, please, as a Babcock student, for those of us interested in the food sector business, as we all know, Babcock University is a private university that does not allow us to cook. And we're interested in like the food sector business. So there's no way we're allowed to cook. There's no way we're allowed to promote our business. Like we're not allowed to we can't do the business we want to do because it's basically food sector. We just buy food and stuff like that. So we can't basically cook or we can't promote our business or things like that. So I think what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to ask what the advice for us, those interested in food sector business as a Babcock University student.
Okay, I think, was that clear enough? Do you want us to write the questions down for you, or you want us to write them down for you, or should give you biro and paper so you can take the questions then? Okay, all right. So let's attend to the questions that have been asked so far, and then we'll come back to the rest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sharon mentioned how do you build a team? How do you get to know people who you can work with? First of all, like I mentioned, I think problem-solving capability is one key thing you have to consider. When you go about doing your things, you discover that at some point you have problems. You may get stuck. So when you discover people who are able to confer solution to those problems is the number one way to building a team, and knowing who they are and trying to network or even partner, with them. That way you can build a formidable team because you just cannot do everything regardless of the field you find yourself. So, but if you're able to find people who can solve the problem, I think is the first step to take. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to answer both questions. You asked about how you know yourself, okay? All right, so how you build a team has to do with the kind of value you want to create and the kind of need you want to meet. You need to be able to identify an unmet need in the niche in which you want to play. But I'll tell you, there is one universal way of building a team. And by the time I've answered that, you'll be able to tell what kind of person you are. The universal way to build a team is to build around hunters and farmers. Thousands of years ago, you had hunter families. And those hunter families were being attacked by marauders. They would scavenge their farms, steal their food crops. So those farmers now entered into an agreement, a covenant, with hunters. Because hunters will not get food every day. They will not be able to catch the animals. So what they did was they entered into an agreement that I'm talking about thousands of years ago. This is the first covenant that was ever, the first business agreement. So the farmers promised to feed the hunter families while the hunter families protected the farmers from the attacks by the marauders. And when you look at it, you see that every successful business has that DNA of hunters and farmers. Hunters, you need hunters to go out there, get businesses. They are aggressive, they are innovative, they are always seeking to break new ground, they are ambitious. But they might not be very good at managing processes. They will not be very good at nurturing relationships. So you now have the farmer types. The farmer types, they manage relationships. They manage processes. They nurture things. So anytime I'm building a team, I'm always looking at making sure that I have A players who will win businesses, who will do extraordinary things. But I must also have farmers who will nurture, who will keep things going. So if you, from what I've said now, I'm sure most of you can begin to identify whether you're a farmer
or you're a hunter.
Or you're a hunter. So if you want to, if you're a hunter, you don't have to go and get another hunter. Do you get what I'm saying? Because when you're starting businesses, you cannot just be filling any role. Personnel, put personnel manager. You need to get a farmer so that you complete each other. Am I making sense? So can you identify some farmer roles and some hunter roles from this now? Can anyone identify it? If you are looking for an HR person, will you be looking for a hunter? Huh? If you are looking for an HR manager, would you be looking for a hunter? You'd be looking for a farmer, right? If you are looking for a sales executive, huh? Hunter. All right.
All right. The confidence building, I'm sure you said. So you said you were going to attend to answer the other question, the other lady, about building confidence. You did already. All right. Thank you very much. So.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to add something for the lady who wants to know how do you know yourself or something. So, yeah. There are some tests that you can actually take. So there is this website called 16 Personalities, right? 16personalities.com. It's almost uncanny, like the way it seems to be able to tell you about yourself, right? So you can know what your strengths are, and then it gives suggestions around what kind of, courses you can take in universities, what kind of person you'll be in business, and all of that. So if you just go to 16personalities.com, you can get a lot from there. Then the second one is, so there's the idea of intelligence is just IQ, right? But it's not true. So there's a man called Howard Gardner, right, who came up with the theory of multiple intelligences. So if you just go online, search for Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences theory, you would have a series of tests you can take to know which other types of intelligences you have, right, resident in you. So.
Also on the self-discovery stage, it's something that you're going to do every day.
You're going to discover yourself every day. But there are two, from my life, there are two ways I embark on self-discovery. After I left Babcock, I asked myself these questions. Number one, who am I? Where am I coming from? Where am I going? And how do I intend on getting there? These questions filter your journey. So not every opportunity would be your opportunity. For example, if there's application in a bank, I won't look there because that's not where I'm headed to. So once you can answer these questions, it will filter your journey. And the second stage is by doing. So you have to push yourself out. Even if you can't see far, but the one you can see, take it. Do. Like she said, she was in a job and she had to resign. You wouldn't know until you took the job and had to resign. At some point, you'll be thinking that, what if I grabbed that opportunity? Do you get? So it's curiosity and exploring helps you to check the boxes of, okay, I can't be this. Okay, this is more of me. That's more practical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
In addition to that, a very practical life experience. You see, building a team is another thing, academia is another level differently. Because people build, they destroy. People build, they destroy. Let's say this, for example. Maybe in your classroom, there were some of you are in final year, you have friends in year 1. When you were year 2, they're no longer your friends. As you move to year 3, they're no longer, you have new friends. You move to the level, you are not building a team. I have friends that are 55, I'm 54 now. I have friends that have been my friend since I was in primary school.
You look 35.
School.
You look 35, sir.
Thank you. In the university. And now, the reason for that is that you will always need them. Building a team is more of reconciliatory and appreciating people. Because you will need them in your life, not just one day, every other day. For those you think are bad friends, you have a lot to learn from them. You learn confidence. For those who always mock you, you learn confidence from them because when you are not properly dressed, they always correct you. It's only in this country or part of the world that we see criticism as a problem. Criticism is just to have you reproved, get you improved, and put you in a different state. So building a team and having that confidence to have that opportunity around your friends is something people must always get at. And that, even if we come to leadership formations, you find that the transformative leadership, which of course we see as one of the best form of leadership, is the one that appreciates everybody and carries everybody along. Our local palace, the politician will say, carry everybody along. So you don't need to have a friend and drop them. Because the time will come, you'll be left alone. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go on a jet speed now so we can cover some ground. We'll continue from here. I know, definitely, we'll come to you.
The question for the young man, the food businessman. So, first and foremost, you delay gratification. That's the first thing you do while in school. If it's food business you want to go to, you can go to the guest house, do work study in it. During breaks, there are online courses and there are schools I can recommend to you that will improve your cooking skills because you don't want your business to die in Babcock. Food is general, so imagine that your food business idea, you're selling it in London. Don't allow Babcock kill it. And if you want more, you can check on your pamphlets. King Glab is the name. Just put an underscore before the king, after the king, king_Glab. On Twitter, on Instagram, I'll give you more clarifications.
Okay, my question is for the first two speakers. So the first one is, how did you come up with your business idea? What inspired you to be an entrepreneur? How did you generate new ideas and what is your motivation?
Okay. How I came about it is very, very messy and very personal. But I'll answer one way. You know you have your job and you have your work. Do you know that? Do you know you have your work and you have your job? Your work is not necessarily your job. Your job is how you make money. Your work in life is how you fulfill purpose, how you make the greatest impact. Your job might not necessarily enable you make an impact. You're just meeting your physiological needs. You're just meeting needs, paying school fees. But your work is what? It's your purpose. So I'll give you an example. Steve Jobs, what's his name? Bill Gates. I use Bill Gates. You know, apart from his tech company, Microsoft, which has, seriously impacted the tech industry and business, Bill Gates' impact by way of social responsibility is so humongous. And the biggest joy, the sense of fulfillment and destiny he has is when he engages in those social responsibility. So that is his work. Microsoft, it's his job. Am I making sense? It's not every time that your work and your job will be the same thing. So for you to be happy, you need to be sure that you're doing your work, not just your job. And if you're not doing your work, you need to find a way to transit into your work so that you'll be truly happy, because it's not just by making billions that you'll be happy. So what I'm doing now through Flow Wimpreneur program is my work. Am I making sense? Advertising is my job. Am I making sense? Brilliant.
All right. So I will appeal to our guests that maybe perhaps we just take one response per question so we can go around, so that we can save time to go around. Okay. So this is the last on this row.
Sorry. Okay, she asked for me to also respond to that question. So let me just quickly do that. All right. So last year I spoke at a TED event, and basically I tried to share with them what led me into this. I have an hypothesis, and the hypothesis is that Africa, when we begin to focus on secondary cities and towns, most of the time our focus is on the big cities, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Kigali, and all of that. But the bulk of young people and the bulk of the population of Africa are actually in underserved communities, right? So my hypothesis is, what happens if we have leadership that is anchored to those places, like people that are willing to stay in those communities for long periods of time and build businesses as a means of transforming those communities? And that led me to start Innovate Lab in Ogbomoso, right? So Innovate Lab is 6 years this year, and the transformation we have seen so far has been mind-blowing. A lot of people ask me, why are you there? Why are you in Ogbomoso? And I'm like, if we can do this successfully in Ogbomoso, we can replicate it across Africa, and then Africa will be transformed. So that's my story. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, my name is Emeka. I'm a 200 level software engineering student. So my question is for the Savage rep. So you said you quit your job to pursue your work. So my question is, like, the job you quit, the salary you were getting from the job, it was paying for some bills and for some responsibilities. So my issue is, what financial advice or what advice can you give that can help out on the side, like on the side to help out with those responsibilities, since the money is no longer coming in from your job?
Thank you, Emeka. Am I right? That's why I made my team take a position. It is not going to be easy for you to be having a salary job by the side, and then you have your business on the other side. You have to focus on one. If you decide to do the two together at the same time, there's no way one will suffer for the other. So in that case, by the time you focus on your own business, it will bring in enough, more than enough, that will cover for whatever expenses you have, especially where you are actually working on it and developing it from time to time. It takes time, you know. Maybe give it a span of 5 years minimum, at least from gestation till like 5 years. Then you start cropping in, and then you have a lot of, you know, benefits at your disposal. So that's just it. There's no point trying to divide your attention, especially where you have to go and be an employee somewhere. They will make sure that all your talents, all your focus will be on theirs instead of yours. Thereby, make sure you pick a position. I still want to emphasize on that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Jayo Bariche Promise, 3rd level mathematics student. My question goes to you, ma'am. You spoke about the entrepreneurs having much time for themselves. And actually, before I entered Babcock, I went to a fashion school. So I got so close to my boss, and I could see how tedious everything is. Like, to be very honest, though I went there just for my own personal reason initially, and with time I just feel like, oh, I could impart some lives through what we do and all. But then I just feel like the woman, like, she barely have time for herself. Like, to be very, very honest. So I don't know much about her, but with what I could see, like, there was. So my question is just that: is it all entrepreneurs that have time for themselves like that? Because the 8 to 5 job, like, I just think, fine, you're not the owner of the business. You're just working for someone. So your work is just to go to the work and, like, fulfill your duties within that limited time. Then you have the rest of the day for yourself. Like, though I've not been in that shoe, so I can't really say. So my question is just, like, to elaborate, the time management, is it really visible? Like, is it something that it's very, very broadening like that?
Yeah. Thank you. You see, in life, it's all about learning and growing and developing. As an entrepreneur, if you have so much work at your disposal, all you need to do is to delegate, get more hands, train them, make sure they're able to do as much as you can do. By so doing, you have more time for yourself. But there are many entrepreneurs too that are at that level, but they just want all the money to themselves, forgetting that by the time they delegate and they have more hands, they are sharing part of the money to them, more will come in because they will be able to meet up with the target and the demands. Do you understand what I'm saying now? So that is how it should be. So instead of just keeping everything and making sure you walk around the court, no, it's not right. The best to do is to delegate your work, expand your business. And that's what brings about expansion. Expansion of the business. Okay? I think I've answered your question. Yeah.
My name is Okalade Princess. I'm a medical laboratory science student. This question is directed to Ms. Joy Olushili. All right, so it started out as a hobby for me, but because I wanted to be independent and everything, I decided to turn into a business recently. And I want something big, but not too big, that's going to overwhelm me, because it's something I love doing, and I really, really want to keep doing it. How do I target my audience without the use of social media, like Instagram and Twitter and the likes?
Okay, so can I know the business? Can we know the business?
It's a graphic designing business.
Graphic designing business. So, what's your reservation with social media? Sorry.
I know there's no introvert in business and everything, but I'm someone who likes to keep my life private. I don't like putting everything out there. And I realized that managing a social media is quite hectic.
Okay.
Like having to grow your followers and everything. So even if I do put it out there, and at the end of the day, I begin to get these customers, I don't want it to be so much that it's going to affect my studies, affect my own passion, and I really do not want to be overwhelmed with it.
Okay, first of all, once you start business, you are public. The whole world will know you, because that's the only way you can make money. Because the more your word goes out, the more people get to know you, one. And two, you don't have to manage it yourself. you can get a social media manager. And number 3, your social media page doesn't just serve for you to post. Your social media page is also a CV nowadays. So sometimes you apply for jobs and they say, drop a link to your portfolio. You can also add your social media page because you've posted everything, all the jobs that you've done. So somebody can easily scroll through your social media page and say, okay, if she did this flyer, she can do this for my job. Do you get? So it's a point of reference to your clients. And for time management, you're the one that is going to tell the client when you're available and when you're not available. So I'm a videographer and I have a 9 to 5. Or I don't call myself a videographer, I call myself a phonographer because I shoot my content with my phone. So if you're paying me, I'm coming with my phone. But I have a 9 to 5 and I also have a family. So when somebody reaches out and I'm booked. I'm booked is I'm booked. Simple and short. You control your time. So you tell the person, I'm not available, can we reschedule for this time? And you have schoolwork, you know when your classes are. So you just, that's it. But please have a social media page. It's more cost effective. Even when you're running ads. So you can't put your graphic design on a billboard. But you can run ads on a social media page. And when you're now out of school and you're ready for the traction, your social media page would bring people to you. And don't think it's all about followers, because there are some people, I know somebody that has less than 500 followers, and she's making millions from just having 500 followers that are probably her family members. So you're not rushing to 100K. You're just putting your work out there. That's it. And it's a safe space.
Good morning. My name is George Stephen. I'm a business administration student. My question is not really a question, it's more of a situation. Let's say there was a problem. Let's say your business is somewhere like Aja and maybe due to waterlog, something, maybe there was a problem and then it cost you a lot of money. So therefore, the salaries for that month had to be used to solve that problem. A very important, something that, let's say something like the generator, something that cannot be done without. So that month, you're not able to pay your salaries, or maybe you're not able to pay on time. Maybe it's maybe 2 weeks late or 4 weeks late. And then from there, salaries keep getting paid late due to that problem of that time. So let's say jobs are not now coming in as usually as they do usually. Okay, who is to blame? I don't know if it is the marketers of your business to blame for, let's say, jobs aren't coming in as regularly and all situations are the same. It's a business where it will flourish throughout the year. It doesn't need, weather does not affect it, like environmental things don't affect it. Who is to blame? Is it the marketers or the business for salaries not being paid as when they are being paid because money isn't flowing in as usual?
Okay, since I have the microphone, let me just quickly answer that. I feel that if you are an entrepreneur, the buck stops with you. Like, you can't pass blames to anybody. You have to take the blame, right? So it doesn't matter if people did not meet up to their targets, right? You employed them. You chose them to be part of your team. So if they didn't perform, the buck still stops with you, right? The fault is with you. So you have to be ready to own every liability around your business as the one who founded it. Very important.
Secondly, like my colleague said, the buck stops with the entrepreneur. But that also creates the need to be very detailed about your recruitment approach. When you're recruiting foundation staff, when you're recruiting people and you are also starting, you need to make sure you share the vision, the risks, the prospects, and they must buy into it. You need to have a sense, this person is passionate enough to go with me for the long haul, not just for the salary. So when you have their ownership of the vision, it's a lot more difficult for them to just step out. And body language is also very key. If they are not getting their salaries, meanwhile they see you every day, you've got a new pair of shoes, you're buying cars, you're looking very comfortable, then there's no way they can stick with you because you don't have a shared ownership.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ophelia. I'm an international student from Equatorial Guinea. I actually speak Spanish. Yes, my question is, how can you convince the government, according to your idea, when you are going there and present your idea, when everybody is running from that area? Example, in Equatorial Guinea, we have a lot of resources, and before, many people were producing a lot of things. But now everybody, after the discovery of petrol, everybody is running for petrol because there is money in petrol. And when we go to the government, many people, they have gone to the government and they say that actually the population is not up to 3 million. So they say that they will not actually have profit and nobody's interested in actually. So how can you do with that particular situation? Thank you.
Okay, so that's.
You want me to answer it?
Any one of you again.
Thank you very much. One of the characteristics of an entrepreneur is always having to have a frontier. What do I mean by that? Boundaries. If a business you have in an environment and you feel the environment that you have is too small for your business, but you have an idea, you also think about expansion. That is number one. Then the true entrepreneur does not even have what we call bandwagon effect, where everybody says close, so that's where you want to go to. You must be able to have an idea to say, do I want to look different? Like I said in my presentation, in my little speech that I said, do you want prosperity? How do you want to have it? Who do you want to become? Do you want to be different? Because the economy, in a proper economy like Nigeria, for example, everybody runs after oil and gas. And that is why we're in the mess that we're in. And you see the government themselves talk about diversification. It's to develop new grounds. So if you have that idea, and you find out the idea that you have is what everybody have, a true entrepreneur will do what? Change tactics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Etunolua. I'm a 400 level med-lab student. So my question is directed to Mr. Odigbo. You created a scenario when you were giving your speech about. I personally have an idea of information management for hospitals, and you said that when you meet people, when you go to the hospitals, they are not accepting your idea just because they are the people there. Like the people there are preventing your ideas from being. Because, for example, I was opportune to have my posting in Nigeria, and I see the rigorous process they go through in sorting out files. And so I understand that even the people they employ, they don't want the new idea, your new innovation to be implemented into their system because they are the one currently in the job. So how do you address that situation? That was my first question. And my second question is, for me now, like we are in the medical field, and if you want to build an idea that has to do with the information management system, you probably need all these coding software kind of tech thing, you need their inputs into your idea. So how do you manage such people in the sense that you don't even have limited idea or you have no idea in what they do, but since it's your idea, you own it, how do you tend to manage that kind of situation? Thank you very much.
Okay, so what that basically tells us is that innovation is critical in every facet of the business. So you don't just come up with an innovation. You have to find an innovative way to be able to scale the entry barrier. There's an entry barrier because if something is of value, there will be a barrier to protect the value. It's not for everybody. So it's not everybody that can walk into any company and get a contract because there's an entry barrier. There's an entry barrier in the industry. There's an entry barrier at the client's company. So you've come up with this great product. It can compete with even international products. Now you have tested, you have marketed, and you have not been able to successfully sell to those companies. And that is because you notice that the gatekeepers, they have interests. They have interests. You have to look at it and also based on your ethical position, determine how to go about it. I'll give you an example. I have a significant client prospect I'm pursuing. I've spoken to the shareholders, I've spoken to the top management. I need the official go-ahead of the board directors. So what I've done is, give me this business. I want this business so significantly. I will service your other companies at cost. Do you get what I'm saying? I will service your other companies with that same product at cost, but for this significant one, because I know what it will bring, I'm ready to service your other businesses at cost. So what that presents is a problem-solving approach for every resistance you face. You must be thinking instinctively about how do I crack this? How do I crack this problem? And that's really what entrepreneurship is all about. Being able to come up with solutions that meet unmet needs and at the same time is distinct from what the competition is doing. So you can look at it from so many perspectives, but there is no one size fits all. You just have to find a solution for that situation. Thank you.
Furthermore, if I understand your question, that if you already have an idea to a particular business and other people are, coming in and buying into the idea, you see, that's why that's one key part of being an entrepreneur. You need to keep moving, keep innovating. A very good example is WhatsApp. WhatsApp is improving every day. It's not the same way we were using it last year. Facebook is improving every day. The same way, the moment, of course, they must buy into it so that they can work with you and they can help you to achieve your aim. But the moment they are there, that's why you need your time. You need your private time to sit back most times and think, what's the next level? Where am I going next? What do I need to do to make it different? Do you understand? So you have to keep thinking. You keep moving.
But I would just request that our guests make available their contact so that participants can send in their questions privately, so you can have a one-on-one with them. Is that okay? Does that meet your pleasure? Please, thank you very much. So as the day goes on, progresses, please feel free to contact, get closer to them. They would leave their business cards, complimentary cards, so that you can reach out. I have quite a number of questions that are written down here, but I apologize. I'm not going to read them. I'll just hand them over so that the participants who have written these questions will contact the guests and interact with them at their own time. Ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask that you put your hands together for our guests here today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So this is just the first segment of our engagement with them today. This is the first segment. The second segment will have them come over here, because here they are panelists. The next segment is where we'll have them as judges. They are going to be our judges today for the 15 startups that will be pitching this afternoon. We have a pitching competition. I will explain that further as we have our guests come down. Please put your hands together for them as they take their seat right here in front of the podium. Thank you. Thank you very much. Listen to them. There are judge criteria for adjudging these pitches that will be passed on to them. The winner of this pitching competition, their startups, would go home with 1 million naira seed money to start up their business. Of course, it is graduated downwards, for the entire 15 of them. Dr. Ajibade, would you like to come and share more? Dr. Ajibade, if you do not know, if you're just coming in, is the director for the Babcock Entrepreneurship Development Center. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ajibade. He has put all of this together. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Have you been enjoying this so far? Great. More of this will come your way. Just like I said yesterday, watch this space. There are a lot of programs similar to these that would come your way because we need everyone's mindset to be changed, right? Not just what you do inside your classrooms, okay, but we need your mindset to be changed. So like I said yesterday, 15 teams have been shortlisted. There's this innovation challenge, Babcock Innovation Challenge, that has been on since January. So a couple of teams applied for the challenge, and there have been a series of activities since the application ended. There has been a training, actually, for all the teams that applied, and it has been an intense training. If you know any of them, you can just ask them about it. And the training has actually been mind-blowing because all the participants have learned a whole lot, right? But the top 15 that's made it to this event today will be pitching their ideas to the judges we have here. So the judging criteria is being distributed, one for each team that would come here. So we'll just give you a minute to go through. Maybe give everybody one copy first. Give everybody one. A minute to go through, what is there. You would have 15 in all, one for each of the teams. And you would be assessing, we have 15 teams. We have 15 teams. So you'll be assessing the 15 teams. Just quickly glance through. Okay, please, could you come with a pen, please, for the judges? Pen. Okay, so just glance through it. Each of the team would have 4 minutes to make their presentation. 4 minutes to make your presentation. There's a timer here, right, that will be counting down as soon as you start your presentation. Okay, and once your time is exhausted, you have to cease talking. Then the judges would evaluate you. And as soon as we take the whole 15, the judges would go and collate and give us the rank. So there will be first to 15th. So 1, 2, 3, up to 15. Immediately after that, there will be a musical performance by one of you as well, one of the upcoming artists in Babcock University. Just very brief, just to, to distract us a little. Then immediately after that performance, the university bursary is here. You know what that means. Wherever the university bursary is, money is there, right? And just like he said, a seed fund will be given to all, the teams, both the 15 that have made it to this, as well as, a compensation for other teams that couldn't make it to this. Now, I said in the morning that we are deliberate about selecting, partnering with the industry for this purpose, because we're just starting, we're not yet big yet. We would love to do this kind of exercise almost every month if we have the capacity, the financial capacity to, encourage our students, because we want every one of them to be business oriented, and to start something wider in school. But we don't have the funding yet, or what we want. And that's why we are, partnering with the industry as well. So that once you listen to these ideas, you know what we have in mind, then you could also work with us and help us to encourage these ones, because these are the ones that will take over from you. So please, when we come knocking, please open your doors for us. And for the ideas that you will get as well, you can choose, to the judges now, you can choose to fund more than what because obviously even the ultimate prize, which is ₦1 million, would not do the job, right? So you can actually choose to mentor and to, and hold some of these businesses that will be pitching the ideas. That's why we've brought you here, not just to share your experience, but then to also pick any of those businesses that you can mentor and hold. You are in the industry, okay? We are here. You know the people they should be talking to, and we could actually use your help in that regard. So thank you so much for coming around. Thank you, sir.
Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Ajibade and yeah. All right, so before we go right into this, I would invite one of those who have partnered with the Entrepreneurship Development Center in putting all of this together, supporting their program so far, and that's talking about the Parents Consultative Forum. The Babcock University Parents Consultative Forum has a partner in progress with Babcock University over the years. We see many of signature contributions littered all over campus. And so a representative of PCF is here, and I'm going to invite Elder Aluko. Elder Aluko is the project coordinator. He will just come up here and in a minute or two bring us greetings and felicitations from the BUPCF. Please put your hands together for Elder Aluko, project coordinator, Parents Consultative Forum.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Very excited to be amongst you. Parents, we are always excited to see you progress. There is nothing that you want to do that we don't want to be part of. Hearing that this innovation is going on, we thought, we have to be part. And as personally, I'm a father of entrepreneurs myself. So I believe that what you are doing is great. And by God's grace, we are going to be partners for the foreseeable future in Jesus' name. I believe that we need to continue to do this so that we can ignite the whole university, so that we can have more entrepreneurs, more solution providers in this country, because that's what we need. So well done to you who has brought in your ideas, and I know that will bring in more ideas in the future. So I just want to congratulate you, and as your parent, I want to say that we are part and parcel of this program. May God continue to bless you all in Jesus' name.
Another one clap. Thank you. All right, so are we ready? Are we ready? We will have our 15 startups in the house here. Okay, so our judges are ready. We're going to have the pitching competition get underway now. The timer is set. The judges are ready, and the competitors are here, the startups. There are 15 of them. I'm going to start by inviting Mario Collections. Mario Collections. Yes, please come up stage quickly and make your pitch in 4 minutes. Mario Collections. Put your hands together for Mario Collections.
Sorry, a little clarity for the scoring sheet. A little clarity. So there are 10 segments ultimately, but each of the segments, have guiding questions. So if you want to go with the guiding questions, if there are 2 guiding questions in one segment, that will be 5. But if it's just one guiding question in one segment, that's 10. So each guiding question has maximum of 10 marks, based on, what you're able to get. So 10 times in 10 places gives us 100% at the end of the day. So the guiding question is just to help you to know what exactly, you're scoring for that segment. So 4 minutes, the slide is up, the timer is set, and I think we can start now.
So good day, everyone. My name is Okpo Promise, and the name of my brand is Mario Collections. So the first thing is, in a session in Babcock University, we have 30 mini defenses, 30 defenses, about 30 departmental dinners. We have sports competitions, and now we have like Sabbath services. But we do not have a place in Babcock University, a physical store, where suits are sold, where trads are sold, where sneakers are sold, and where jerseys are sold. So this is the solution we're bringing to the university, because we already sell these products. What we want to do is to create a physical structure, or have a physical structure, so it will just concretize the solution that we already provide. There are 2 things we want to achieve. We want to, first of all, we want to create a niche for ourselves. So that niche is like providing inaccessible products in the university and making them available to the students. We also want to serve as an inspiration to students who will look up to us and see that, okay, yes, there is actually a student that has a physical store, so they can believe that they can be successful entrepreneurs. The traction, in the last matriculation, that was May 2022, we made sales, just 1 week of matriculations, we made about 800,000, and these sales were made from our hostel, basically. So if we have a physical structure, we are sure to make about 2 million plus, because there will be more organization and there will be more trust to the business. And in the whole of 2022, we made a revenue worth about 7 million. So looking at the slides I shared to the this thing, it shows our bank statement, it shows our stock valuation, it shows that we've been in business. Okay, so most recently in 2023, we had this thing. We grew so popular that we had some issues with the security. They came to our house to take our products and because of the popularity that we had. So we're able to sort out that issue, but that just inspired us that we need to get a physical structure so all those things can end. So our market is basically male students and staff, and about 20% of females. So students who do sports, students who are new students, final year students, the Remo community. So
the key activity is setting up a physical structure for the day-to-day running of the business, provision of products, photography and modeling, awareness of the school calendar to enable the availability of the goods. Then we also have the channels. We have the physical channels, a physical store where we run the day-to-day activity of the business, and also an online platform such as the WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, where we can reach out to our customers. The key resources needed includes like a container, the interior decoration, the wiring, the workmanship. We also need the students models, influencers, and like 2 sales people. Then for the customer relationship, we already have an existing customer relationship with students, room to room marketing, customer feedback system. We also do jersey giveaway, and we also do these sponsorship programs involving the students.
So this is my team. I'm the CEO, he's the COO, and he's the social media handler. The 4th person, which is a lady, she's not here. She's she's the head of our content creation. She has worked with Bolt. She has worked with Sosa Fruit Drink. So the cost we need purchase of container, rental of grounds, interior decoration, content creation, payment of staff and marketers. We need to revenues by selling of our products, contracts, school events. We expect to make 15 to 20 sales daily. Revenue of 80,000 daily, 2 million monthly, 18 million yearly. We ask our investors that we need a sum of 1 to 1.5 million for the container. This is the major cost. All other costs, the business is ready to bear them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. The judges are allowed 1 minute to ask questions if you have any, if you want to ask them any questions, just for 1 minute. So we will just set our timer for 1 minute, beginning from when the mic gets to the judges and when the question is answered. 1 minute, please. So if the judges have any questions, just indicate. You want to ask them a question, I'll just bring the microphone to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mr. Austin. My question to you is to your team. First of all, I will say I'm impressed about your presentation and your the way it was orderly presented. But my question is this. If you have a business within the environment space, which I mean the Babcock and its environment, I want to clearly know how you want to take this business away from Babcock, because you're not going to be here forever. What research have you carried out, and how do you want to go about them outside Babcock? Thank
you. The niche or the locations that we're looking at, I said I have it in this slide, but I didn't say it basically. So we're looking at an expansion. So 2 years after we get our first physical structure, we want to have a second physical structure, and that will be located in another private university within this southwest region. So those are like the places that we target. So when we get the second physical structure, then from there we can expand and continue to expand. But for now, those are the places we are looking at. Then after private universities, we can now go outside. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. We may excuse Mario Collections. Put your hands together for them now. Thank you. The next startup that will be pitching now is Olax Cab Services. Olax Cab Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jolasime Grace Moturayo, and this is my team, Olax Services. I have a quick story to share. It's about Mr. Moses. Mr. Moses lost his dream job in 2021, and we'd like to know why he lost his job. It was just because he could not get an on-demand cab service that could transport him from his place to from where he is to his destination, and where he's staying, he stays at Oyo State, and his job interview was located in Lagos State. So he could not get a on-demand cab that could transport him from Oyo State to Lagos State. So he resorted into taking public transport, and the public transport really fucked him up bad, because he missed the time for the interview. He missed his time for the interview, and also he was delayed due to the public transport. And here we have a solution, and the solution is Olax Cab Service.
So from the solution, as you can see on the slide, this is the solution we have, whereby you are going to register on the mobile app for you to get a booking. Then you place an order through this. So the next thing is our target market. Our target market is the universities, the general communities in the Southwest zone, and also hotels, travel and tours agencies. So our major competitors are Uber, Rider, and both. So what makes us stand out from these other companies are interstate bookings.
Okay, our business model, our revenue stream is through booking, ride sharing, sort pay, pricing. We have paper ride. We also have in-app advertising. So we have our sales channel. Our sales channel is through billboards, mobile hub. We have website for customers. We have flyers. We have mail marketing, and we also have SMS. Then our distribution strategy is majorly campaigning, apps, and Google Ads. So then for our traction so far, we started our business in 2021. And 2021, we had 15 customers. In 2022, we progressed by having to 35 customers. Then basically here in 2023, we've made about 5 customers so far and counting. We have other customers booked for tomorrow, but we didn't record it we've not entered into our data yet.
Our achievements, progress, and partnership. We've partnered with professional drivers. We've partnered with private car owners. And also, our logo is done, and our business application is in progress. Thank you.
Okay, for our financial.
So the expenses that we've made so far is on the slide also. For 2021, we had 805,000 naira sales for 2021, while for 2022 we recorded 950,000 naira sales. Then for this 2023 where we are in, we have made about 105,000 naira sales. Then our future plans for this year 2023, we plan to make sales of 1.5 million naira and above. For 2024, which is next year, we plan to achieve sales of 3 million naira and above also. For 2025, we plan to achieve sales of 4.5 million naira and above. Then these are the expenses that we've spent money on so far. The upload of the app to the Play Store and the Apple Store, which is going to cost 93,000 naira per year. Then the domain acquisition also is going to cost us 150,000 naira to 200,000 naira. Then the ads across all platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and so on, we are going to spend 375,000 naira. Then for our salary payments, we paid 150,000 naira. Thank you.
That was a very, very lovely presentation.
Thank you, sir.
However, you should understand you're trying to sell a product.
Yes, sir.
Your back-end engineers, your software engineers, how adequate are they? That's number one.
They have about 3 years experience.
Okay. And how do you intend to mitigate against losses? Because this is a big business.
Yes, sir.
And it requires more than English, because it's big software you delving into.
Yes, sir.
Have you made mistakes before?
Definitely, yes. Okay, there was a time whereby a customer booked us to pick her up in Lagos. And we had about 2 bookings that day. So when we got to Lagos, the other person was at the airport while the other person was at Ojo. So when we got to Ojo, we had issues with some police and stuff. So they took us to the police station to just to pay some money, basically. So we left there. While the person was at the airport was calling that we were delaying, the person left. While we picked the person at Ojo. Then coming back also, all these last mile FRSC troubles was also in. So basically we spent all the money that was meant to be like the profits to the company, we spent it back outside before even getting back in.
Thank you for making the mistake. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Olax Cap Services. Next startup that we have here is, okay, so if I mispronounce the name, it's not part of the pitching competition. Chet Zobo. Please put your hands together for Chet Zobo. Do you have a slide? Do you have a slide? Is it projected?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omalu Fabian. I'm a 200 level medical student, and I'm presenting on Chet Zobo. So Chet Zobo is actually an indigenous, it's actually a novel product, consists of different brands of blends of hibiscus, cloves, it consists of ginger as well as debino, which is a date. So basically our problem summary is that Zobo is actually an indigenous drink, not just in Nigeria, but even to other world. Nigeria makes over $38 million on the export of Zobo, which is just which even after that, it has a 54% percentage demand. In 2021, a group of researchers discovered that 50% of respondents do not have any idea that Zobo has medicinal value. 28.57% discovered that Zobo had a lot of high sugar content, and then 22% of respondents said that Zobo is the preferred other alternative than Zobo. NAFDAC in 2019 gave a report. They said that over 5 million naira worth of hibiscus sativa is destroyed due to unsampling errors. So we came up with Chet Zobo Juicy Juice. This is a product that it will prevent all the problems that we are facing, as well as also have the opportunity to serve the convenience needs, as well as health needs, as well as the prevent adulteration, improve the shelf life of Zobo, because this is a powdered product than liquid product. And then we're also working on an alternative to this Coca-Cola products, such as the carbonated Chet Zobo drink. Our market size cuts across over 200 million Nigerians, but we are looking at middle class Nigerians as well as people in the average pay role system. All you need to do, our key activities, is just take a sachet of Zobo, put it in a boiled water. I like to stand for like 2 minutes and then remove it and enjoy the Zobo. Our attraction is that our key resources, that we have a physical space, of course. We have machineries. We have trained personnel. I'm a pharmacist by profession. And then we have technologies, we have economists, we have digital marketers. Our relationship with customers is that we sometimes on our page we do bi-monthly giveaways, customer of the week and all that. Then customer segments cuts across every individual, such as from the infants to the teenage to the adult, elderly individuals. So our channels, we have social media, we have social media pages, we do online and offline sales. We have partnered with various delivery logistics companies. We have partnered with farmers, partnered with pharmacies, partnered with supermarket, malls. Our attraction, we supplied 1,000 boxes containing 25 pieces of this Zobo, and 5,000 retail, that's the individual sachets, to our provision vendors, supermarket, Lafia malls. And our hope is that with full automation and proper funding, we'll be able to get these products. We'll be able to increase the production capacity of our product as it is from what it is now. And then also our novel carbonated Chet Zobo drink will also be in the market space. Our revenue, like I said, we sell a sachet of this Zobo, 15 naira per sachet. And then for 25 pieces in a box, we sell at 1,000 naira. So this is just our samples. I don't know if you can show us our samples. So this is just a sample. Then you can still show us more. Yeah, this is more of the samples than another one. So these are more of our samples, what we've done so far. So thank you very much. And
Sorry, is there NAFDAC registration already?
yes, it's legally endorsed.
Thank you.
What are the nutritional benefits of your product?
Okay, for the infants, it has it can boost the immune system of infants because it has so many phytochemicals. And then for elderly people, it helps to reduce their blood cholesterol level. It also helps to strengthen their daily activities. So it cuts across the infants, teenagers, and elderly in terms of nutrition.
This is your selling point.
Okay, sir.
I wasn't quite clear. Did you share your sales projection? margin.
Our sales projection.
Yes.
Yes, I said it. We make 50 naira per sachet and then 1,000 naira per box. So we just started last year. Over the period of years we've been in business, we've made 1.3 million naira.
Wow. Okay. So what do you project to make?
Well, with full automation, because we need machineries, more machineries, so that we can improve production capacity. We will be able to at least hit over 10 million naira with that, because our team is eager and ready to work.
Thank you, Chat Zobo. The next group we are going to have is iConnect. iConnect. Please let one member of your team check with the ICT, the technical team, to be sure that your slides are going to be projected correctly. Did you hear what I said? Somebody should check to be sure that your slides are okay. It's fine. Okay, fine. Please come up. Please put your hands together for iConnect as they come up to make their pitch.
Okay, good day everyone. My name is Cantona Lawrence Ogidon, and the name of our startup is iConnect. So iConnect is a tech-empowered platform that connects young entrepreneurs with problem-solving ideas to investors ready to invest in their ideas or company ready to purchase their ideas. So I had a friend that had an idea to sell used books to underprivileged kids in Nigeria, but she did not have the funds. She has gone to many angel investors, many capital ventures, but due to lack of connection, she could not get the funds to start our business. So that is why we need platforms like iConnect that connect entrepreneurs to investors to invest in their business or companies to buy their ideas. Thank you.
As we all know, unemployment is a big problem in Nigeria and in Africa at large. As at 2022, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria has increased by 37%. And out of these unemployed people, there are entrepreneurs with great potentials, and they have problem-solving ideas. But due to the lack of connection and lack of fund, they don't have access to, they don't have ideas to bring these ideas to the market. So that is where platform like iConnect comes in. So it's a technical platform which links investors and entrepreneurs together to invest in their ideas, and entrepreneurs to business organizations to buy their ideas, and also business organizations to investors.
Our value proposition and organization growth strategies. For our value proposition as a multi-user platform, it differentiates based on the user or individuals are using it. For example, entrepreneurs that are using our page, they come to share their ideas, like investors that are willing to invest in them, and businesses that want to invest in those ideas come to look for problem-solving ideas. And our organizational growth strategies, me and my team, we devised three strategies for our organizational growth strategies. They are the promotional strategy, the consumer experience, and the pricing strategies. Thank you.
So at iConnect, we have varieties of service that we sell to our investors. How many of you have watched the movie Far From Home? There's a problem Ishaya Bello had that he couldn't sell his drawings to, bigger investors to expand in his drawing business. So now at iConnect, we are here to hunt for people like Ishaya Bello, people with innovative ideas, people with explicit talent that we can work on for investors. Thank you.
Now in terms of our market opportunity, we're looking at an estimation of 80.7 million individuals containing major markets in terms of the entrepreneurs and the investors or organizations that are willing and able to invest into the innovative ideas. While that is in Africa, that stat I just gave was in Africa. While in Nigeria, we have an estimated amount of 43.5 million or so of containing our target market, containing the entrepreneurs and the
organizations. Now, in terms of our income, the money that we're going to be using to run this organization, we're looking at an estimate of 1.5 million to 2.5 million, containing, now the breakdown is, we're looking at the AI and because we're going to be using a web app and a website or an app to be able to connect these two as a platform to connect the two, our two target markets. So we're looking at the AI and the cyber security because that's very important. So that has an estimation of 2 million, while the website creation itself negligible cost of 15,000 to 30,000. So that's the breakdown of the cost structure. Thank you.
And at iConnect, we deal with all forms of business sector, music industries, catering, baking, and all forms of business you can think of. Thank you.
All right, judges, there's a mic.
Do you have any existing competitors?
Yes, sir, we do have
competitors.
existing competitors.
Okay.
We have yet to, and we have more inspiration, and we have gym administration. And what these people are doing is, they are not focused on Africa. The big shots are not focused on Africa. They are overseas, and what they do is they take the ideas and train those people to implement their ideas and their innovations over there, not here in Africa.
Have you considered the copyright implications and the need to firewall the protocols to ensure the ideas don't just go to the wrong parties?
Yes, sir, we have. That's why we are also, because we wanted to conserve our time, we are also going to be in partnership with trademarking companies. We're going to be in partnership because the first thing is we're not just going to be just a bridge. We're going to be partnership. We're going to have a partnership with those investors, with those organizations. We're going to be in partnership with them. So there will be a contract between iConnect and the organization. The trademarking will be inclusive in that contract, sir.
Our user terms and policy agreements, we are working with a lawyer that would help us formulate a policy agreement with investors and the innovators of the ideas.
Before you get to your lawyer, let's say a company comes to you for an investment of 10 million naira. What is your percentage cut?
Now, for every successful transaction, because like I said, we are bringing entrepreneurs, people with innovative ideas. We're bringing them. Then we are now we are connecting them because we're trying to reduce every crime rate, unemployment rate. We're trying to remove that. That should not be an excuse among Nigerian youths anymore. So we're removing that. We're bringing the entrepreneurs to the investors. Now, they are not going to be giving us the money, as I'm sure we know. We are going to be using it in partnership with those people, but with every successful transaction, we have a 1% commission rate for every successful transaction. Sorry for...
1% of 10 million naira is yours?
Yes, sir. As a startup, that is...
If I may ask, how does that help your sustainability?
The thing is, we are going to be engaging in a bulk project. We're using a market penetration strategy, so we're going to have market shares. So 1% of what might not seem like much.
Okay, but if that is the case, what is your estimated client globally?
Clients globally?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, we are starting with Nigeria. In Nigeria...
No, let's assume we have what percentage of the Nigerian population? Assuming Nigeria is 200 million.
Yes, sir.
So what percentage of those persons will have iConnect as their business driver? Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, I want to ask, are you asking based on the point of view of the entrepreneurs or the investors?
For your, I'm concerned about your sustainability.
Our sustainability. So majority of our sustainability will be coming from the investors. That is the majority. We want to share more light.
Okay, so first we have a 1% commission from every successful business. Like if an investor, if an entrepreneur gives an idea and solves many problems, and that idea becomes like a company, the money the investor gives to the entrepreneur, we have a 1% commission from that money.
Okay, maybe let me put this question. Let me put this. Have you considered what could be your running cost of this same organization?
Like our expenditures?
Yes, your expenditure.
So basically, our expenditures are going to be on the AI. That's AI that is going to answer customers' problem. Then cyber security, that's where our expenditures are going to. So technically, we have more income than expenditure. We have our commission, we have token.
No, what is your budget? What is your budget reserved out of the 1% you're going to have? Let's assume 1% is 100 million.
Our commission from that 1%?
Yes. If your entire income is 100 million and 1% of that is just is less than, that's 1 million.
So
how do you sustain a company? That is my, Because if you are taking 1%, I'm concerned about your sustainability, because if you are doing a business and all you earn is 1%, which is your income, then you have to pay your salary. In Nigeria, we are in darkness, you need light, you need all sort of, So how do you sustain yourself?
I'm just understanding the question now. Okay, our sustainability in terms of, okay, our revenue stream is not limited to that cost, that commission is not limited to that.
So what other sources do you have?
We have the token. For now, as a startup, we are not going to be charging the entrepreneurs because we want to reduce unemployment. So that will be it will have to be for free for them for now.
Mm-hmm.
Then we are going to be having subscription-based payments from the investors. We're going to be having a subscription-based platform. It's going to be they are going to be different. It can be per month. Can be per year.
This is your subscription. What category of subscription do you have?
Okay.
Like you have the silver class, they have the gold class, the platinum class, or different stratas of them. So what is the lowest of your subscription, and what is the highest of your subscription?
So for this subscription, we have the classic, we have the premium. So for the classic, investors that are subscribing for the classic, they do not have access to 5-star ideas. But for the premium, they have access to 5-star ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I want to just advise them that they should work on their cash flow. Work on your cash projections, okay?
All right, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them. iConnect was actually in the eye of the storm this afternoon. All right, so that was beautiful, beautiful performance. Next startup group we're going to have up on the podium here is the Philae Technology. Philae Technology. Please put your hands together for Philae Technology. Are they in the house? Philae Technology, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Herman Gabriel, a 500 level agri student of Babcock University. I'm here to talk about the Philae Technology, a local and power-free approach towards preserving vegetables and fruits. So agriculture is a very important component of human life, and it is the major driver for food production in Nigeria. However, it is being impaired by so many factors like post-harvest losses, storage, and bad road network. So from statistics, on a yearly basis, there's a loss of 2.3 trillion naira from vegetable post-harvest losses. And in Nigeria, we have over 17 million Nigerians who suffer food insecurity. So at the cost of studying the causes of this food deterioration, we understood that the mode of transportation, the mode of preservation, the mode of packaging of these products causes the high level of deterioration of vegetables. And then most of the times we adopt foreign solutions to local problems. And then in a bid to address this, I went back deep into our history, our village method of preserving fruits and vegetables, and came up with the phyllite technology. So the phyllite technology is a local cooling system that uses sand, clay, and water to preserve vegetable and elongate its shelf life. So the phyllite technology, during my study sample, at the first sample, I had 5 products that I examined. That's tomato, cucumber, carrots, green beans, and pepper. And then at the first, after 23 days, I saw a bit of decoloration from the products. And then I reviewed my method of this. And then after the said review, I saw a bit of improvement in this product, in this coloration after 23 days. So who are my basic competitors? My basic competitors are the likes of Supercool, Candle, and Technoton. Supercool and Candle are international organizations that are in Nigeria and provide the services of installation of cold rooms, while Candle is a local company that is into cold room installation. My competitive advantage over these foreign and local companies is that my price is quite affordable. It is gender friendly, it is power free. You don't need electricity to run such technology. It is eco friendly and also less to maintain. My business model, I intend making money through trainings, through building of this structure in marketplaces and charging a commission, and then through maintenance and also direct franchise with direct partnership with market and business owners. So my go-to-market strategy is for vegetable farmers, cooperatives, to meet vegetable farmer cooperatives, farmer traders, households, and NGOs to partner in getting this thing done. My market analysis, in the world in general, vegetable farming, vegetable production accounts for $980 billion. In Africa, it accounts for $21.7 million, and in Nigeria alone, we have, I'm concentrating on the market, we have over 200 million 200 million Nigerians, but I'm concentrating on the middle class and the lower class, for 63% of Nigerian population. My financial projection, so I intend having 5 of this structure each in the 36 states of Nigeria, and which will have a capacity of 4 tons. So I charge 15 naira per 100 kg of preserving this. So that will generate me a total of $185 million in a year. And then I intend to maintain this for the next 3 years. So I'm asking, presently I'm updating this technology to make it movable, just as the other structure. So I'm asking for a startup seed fund of 1.7 million. Thank you.
Well done, sir.
Thank you very much.
How do you intend to use sand to preserve the vegetables without it contaminating the product? Because most of vegetables, you can't water them down until they get to the market. So how would my, let's say, carrots, cucumbers, or even cabbage not have sand in it in my food?
Okay. I will want to ask the ICT to go to slide 4 or 5. So there's a structure. You can see that's me experimenting. Slide 4 back. So there's a structure. So this clay is made, you use the clay to make brick blocks that we know. So you build your structure using the brick blocks. So there are 2 walls in between the structure. The partition between the walls is filled with river sand. So you apply your water around the river sand, and then the water serves as a cooling system around the chamber. So that's how the system works.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for phyllite technology. The next group is Airbullance. Airbullance. Please put your hands together for Airbullance.
Have you ever wondered what the fate of your business will be if the people you create these businesses for lose their lives to asthma, accidents, and other health issues that come up at unpredictable times? Statistics from the World Health Organization show that asthma affected over 262 million people and caused 455,000 deaths. And present in our world, in Africa, Nigeria, and even in our own Babcock University are asthmatic patients and accident victims who suffer life-risking situations if care is not taken and they are not attended to in time. We saw this as a problem to be solved and a challenge to overcome. And we present to you our solution, Ambulance. With Ambulance, we'll be providing medical assistance in timely efforts to these individuals who are affected. And we would also be making sure they are attended to before they are taken up to the hospitals. Now, our solution is novel. It is new. It is the first of its kind in Nigeria. And that is our unique value proposition.
Our business model is from a business to consumer strategy. We're looking at directly giving medical assistance to accident victims or asthmatic patients. We also have a financial proposition. Our yearly revenue is estimated to be 12 million naira. This is assuming that there are 100 monthly subscribers at the rate of 10,000 naira each. We make revenue through monthly subscription and on-site payment. Our expenses is estimated to be 5,951,906, which gives our profit or our yearly turnover to be 6,048,094 naira.
A gross total of $1,509 will be used to procure a hexacopter that can have the capability to carry a 25 kg payload of medical equipment. Also, $643 will be used to procure medical equipment based on the description that our customers require.
Our solution uses a drone and a mobile application to track, locate, and offer medical assistance to these patients in need. Beyond creating businesses, we are providing sustainable lives for our loved ones, our friends, and even our enemies who are going through asthmatic accident situations. And we believe we can with Ambulance. I am Abisola Debaramadu. Here's my team member Demilade Ibironke and Einstein Obi Ukbabi. Thank you.
Sorry, I am not sure I saw a slide for your financials. Like, how much do you charge and how do you make money?
Okay, she made mention of it.
Like I said before, we make revenue through monthly subscription and on-site payment. The monthly subscription is at 10,000 naira per individual, and it's a general subscription plan in which you subscribe or apply for subscription and then state your health challenges. We also make money through on-site payment. That means in the case of an accident, we provided a website and an app which a nearby person could pay before the drone comes, as the drone proceeds to give medical assistance.
Also, if you are not able to pay, the drone, on the other hand, will be able to come to your location while you make arrangements to pay, so that we do not make situations deteriorate more than what already is.
So the question is the mobile app the best way to go or a USSD service? Like, because if you don't have access to the internet, that's a challenge.
We're considering Babcock University as our primary target audience, being that we have over 20 halls, both male and female, and a minimum of 800 rather, asthmatic students. Now in Babcock University, you would barely say that there is one person who doesn't have an Android phone. Thank God for the provision of Wi-Fi too. So we have access to internet connection. And from here, we progress to other universities. Thank you.
So the last question I have is, how do you deal with the superstitious, thought of, hey, it cannot happen to me, right? Like, nobody's planning to get an asthmatic attack, right? So how do you deal with that?
Okay, my initial statement answered that question, but I'll restate. World Health Organization already gave the statistics, which proves that in 2019, 455,000 people died. So if you're thinking of just yourself, how about the people who have died? Instead of centering on just one person, but looking at solving problems that will prevent the deaths of more thousands of people.
Oh.
Yeah? Our target is clear, the asthmatic patients. We identify them and...
Okay, I have the question of coverage. How do you plan your coverage outside Babcock University environment? Because you mentioned that you make use of drones for delivery. How do you plan the coverage?
Okay, sir, what do you mean by coverage?
Coverage by getting more people to deliver your products to more audience outside Babcock University.
All right, we have a partnership collaboration in view with Nigeria Red Cross Society Ogun State branch, and we would also be collaborating with our university hospital, Babcock University Teaching Hospital. We are a startup and we're starting from here. So as we progress, we would figure that out.
Okay, so I have a question. Still on the question he asked. My advice would not be a monthly subscription because the typical Nigerian mind doesn't plan for when they will die. So it's a case of this emergency would happen. Let me be aware of your service. And that's where USD code would be easier for them to use. It's that 12345, this is the service I need, would be faster than I will go ahead of time to go and plan that this month, asthma might eat me. You get.
All right, to answer the question, we have plans of personal marketing and customer sensitization. Like I said, we are having primary target of Babcock University, meaning we will sensitize our customers, and people who are affected with asthma will hear about this and they will be saved.
Thank you. Judges, please, if I may, let me request that we keep our questions short so that we can accommodate others. We have, this is just the 6th out of 15, so we still have a long way to go. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I know that the judges want to be thorough and very, they want to go all the way to ask the questions to be sure that this is going to be gotten right, but we have time to beat. Okay, the next group is Logbook. Logbook.
One of the United Nations topmost sustainable development goal is quality education. Unfortunately, this is not the case in Nigeria and West Africa at large. This was further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic as well as the subsequent lockdown that ensued. In as much as the Western world and the developed countries found ways to fit in the academic industry within and around the COVID-19 pandemic, Nigeria's academic industry, for one, was on strike during that period, and secondly, had digital learning alien to it. But fortunately for myself, my co-founders, and everyone seated here, Babcock University was the first Nigerian university to come up with an online platform to engage the students with online examination and online classes. But with that came a problem that threatened the sanctity and integrity of the Nigerian student, because it is one thing to have your classes in a physical classroom and another thing to have your classroom occur over the internet. With the key ingredients to survive in such is to have your recommended academic material. But up until then, Nigeria's academic system provided its students with hard copy textbook and material as we know it today. So students needed their textbook to prepare for their online classes and examination. Then they began to pirate copies, sell online textbooks without knowing that they were committing crimes such as intellectual property theft, as well as piracy and copyright infringement. They did not know. This is not even to mention the losses that the authors had to suffer from such crime. But that gave a problem, and we needed a panacea to solve this problem. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what gave birth to Logbook as you see it today. Now, I have outlined my problem as we see it in my opening statement. We have problems of copyright infringement all over the academic industry. Now, what is this solution? Logbook is a technological platform that helps to deliver academic recommended materials to students across the country and West Africa at large. Now, what do? We call ourselves the Netflix of the book industry. So you have your phone, you cannot screenshot this product. When you have your book there, you read it, you can't screenshot, you can't convert to PDF, you can't share the book. As such, we are limiting piracy. We are actually preventing intellectual property theft. So you use your phone to get access to books at a very cheap and affordable price. Now we have our product. It's very easy. We have our website where you go to actually take stock of your textbook that you want to use. Then you have our mobile devices where you have access to your textbook. After purchasing, you get a unique key, then you go to your app to install it. Now, our competition, we have various competition, but we have adopted the new Y Combinator's competitions, like which is Friend for Foe, where we have our threat partners, observers, and risks. Now we have our market strategy. We have the TAM, we have the SAM, and we have our SUM, which is our obtainable market. We are hoping to, by the end of this fiscal year, to have 150,000 potential users to get up to 1.5 million USD, which approximates to 690 million naira. What is our value proposition? It's very easy. Access to quality education as a right and not a privilege. So as a student, whether you are rich or not, you have access to the quality education you deserve. How do we make our money? It's very simple. We charge 20 to 25% commission on every book sold on our platform. That's easy. We also have some other ways we get revenue, such as our white labeling, we have our ad servers, and our technical support. Now our traction, over the time since the pandemic, we have been able to have 6,000 regular users and made a gross sales value of 4.5 million naira and also revenue of almost 10 million naira. So now we have our projections with and without the money. So we expect to hit over 255% growth if we are granted this our investment of 1 million naira and hope to get that. Now, what do we tend to do with this 1 million naira that we need? We have product development, we have talent acquisition, we have customers acquisition and licensing patent. Then finally, we have the team. The team consists of very excelled individuals ranging from our CEO, who is over here, and the CDO. We have our chief marketing officer. We have gone on to win a lot of grants, and that's our picture with the vice chancellor. I hope with this, you know that you have quality education. Thank you.
So the very first question, how much are you asking for?
If you go back to our slide, you say 1 million. It's there.
You put your margin at 25%.
Yeah.
Is that not too ambitious?
It's what you are actually sustaining on now.
It's what you're sustaining on now?
Yeah, exactly. So we have 25 to 20. I'll give my CEO to shed more light on that.
All right, please do.
Yes, sir. So about that, that's the lowest you find anywhere in the world. Amazon charges 30%, and similar services also. So we charge just 25%, and that is, authors and publishers are very satisfied with us.
Good, good.
Are you currently in partnership with any other book organization?
Yeah. Yes, we have a partnership. We have an understanding with Babcock University in itself to distribute all their textbooks digitally through our platform. Then we also have partnered recently in the course of this program with University of Ibadan to do a pilot study where they've given us all their inaugural lecture materials to sell and distribute to their customers. So yes, we have other partnerships also that are in the pipeline.
And also registered with the National Library for the ISBN issues and all that. So we have also partnership with other book industry and publishing firms.
Excellent.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Next, we have Purge. Purge. While Purge is coming up, Busa app should also be getting ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ilabija Joy, and I'm the team lead for PUDGE. PUDGE simply means eliminating unwanted substances in our environment, and this is what our product offers to you. I present to you an organic insecticide and disinfectant brand. If you look at my screen here, how many of you can identify this? Well, if you can't, this is Otapiapia. That's what local people or indigenous people call it. On to the next slide. Many of us are familiar with this. This is the Tush version. We all call it insecticide. Now, what do we use these products to do in our homes? Well, this is what we use to wage war against insects in our homes. Many of us, we see insects like cockroaches in our environments. Warriors amongst us will carry our broom and, smash it. Some of us will just spray insecticides, wait for it to die, and many among us will just run away. But then what we don't know is that we are all killing ourselves. Now, why did I say so? According to the World Health Organization, chemical exposure is the leading cause of more than 1.5 million deaths each year. And amongst these, children and women of reproductive age are vulnerable to this. Now, when we spray this insecticide in our environment, we all know they contain some toxic chemicals that are bad for our nervous system, our respiratory system, rather. But then we still use it because we feel, oh, this thing works, and then if you provide an alternative, some people might not, because of the popularity some of these brands have gotten. Now, what solution am I bringing to you? From plant sources like lemon, eucalyptus, peppermint. These are some plants we find in our environment that are just there. We don't even know, the values of these things. But then as a biochemist in the laboratory, we've been taught of some of the values of these things. And we as a team, we took it upon us to go to the lab to produce this thing. Now on the next slide, this is our market overview. And then our goal is to reach about 0.1% of the service obtainable market. Sorry, the next one. Yes, we have competitors in this field. And what makes us stand out? Our product is environmentally sustainable. Like I explained, it has low toxicity. It is made up of essential oils gotten from plant extracts. People use these oils as therapeutic materials. That is, it doesn't cause harm to us. Also, our business model, our revenue streams, how do we make sales? How do we make profits, rather? By our sales of products, partnering with schools to sell to schools, hospitals that need these services, hotels, restaurants, and industries like food industry. Obviously, they are going to have cases of insect infestation, and they will need a product to cure this thing. Instead of using harsh chemicals or insecticides that will tamper with their products, they can as well go for PUDGE. And then we can also make sales by our application services. That means offering fumigation services to schools, industries, and then cleaning services. Our aim is to visit antenatal clinics in hospitals, to talk to pregnant women about this thing, and also to advertise our products. Here on campus, we have different events. We can also sponsor those events to create awareness of our products. We can have stands to sell our products. Then we can organize organized campus ambassador programs where students in universities, not only in Babcock, other universities can push these products on their campuses. As a biochemist, I have been opportunity to intern at 2 hospitals in Lagos, and I've volunteered in several outreaches. That means I can partner with all these hospitals to, send out our products to all these people and create massive awareness. Please on to the next slide. And then this is our team. I am the team lead, and then we have our team support. As you can all see, we're all biochemists in the making. Now, our milestone is that we've been able to carry out product efficacy testing, and our future goal is to make 20,000 product sales in about 5 months. And then our ask is 1 million naira. We will need this to relaunch our products and to expand our market reach. Thank you.
Okay, do you have a NAFDAC registration right
now? Not yet. So we made these products to get feedback from the experts in our industry, in the laboratory. And then we've heard from them, and they've told us on how we can go about it. So these are some of the things we're going to work on before relaunching into the market.
Okay, I went through your products. It's quite impressive, and I must commend you. Also, just to chip in, product description and also the content of that product, needs information.
Yes,
I think you need to work on that.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The body of the product. Okay, on the body. Oh, yes, I understand. Okay, yes, I understand. Yeah,
Hello, I think you need to explain more on your projections, especially the cash inflows. How do you intend to market and the rest? Just explain further.
Okay, so how we intend to market our products. We intend to like for instance, in Babcock University here, we can partner with the Babcock University Teaching Hospital, reach out during their antenatal clinics to advertise these products for sale, schools, hospitals, restaurants, and then for residential markets, homeowners, yes, students on campuses. We have influencers, we have brand ambassadors. We can give them some of our products to help us market. Then we plan on creating a website where you can just go there, order these products and all that.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Podge. Your phone. Your phone. All right, thank you. Busa, the app. While Busa, the app comes up, Fruit City, please get ready.
Okay, good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ido Oluwafolakumi. My team members here are Ademidu Adebola Sharon, Haruna Zainab, and Ajama Miso Eniola, which is our group leader. We are 300-level law students from Imperial Campus, and we're here to introduce our idea, start the app. So basically, the motto of our app is the soft life at the palm of your hands. And the vision behind this app was because we were given an assignment to solve a particular problem in our society. And the society of choice was the Babcock community. And the Babcock community, like you can see, the heart of the Babcock community is obviously the Busa house, which we all love and we all know. The means of transportation is the popular keke. So I'm going to give the mic to my teammate to continue the presentation. Thank you.
As earlier stated, we're 300-level law students, and I can say I have enough experience on the lifestyle of Babcock community, both on main campus and Ikperu, because my second semester was on main campus. And I can say the transition from Ikperu to main campus was a rude awakening. Starting from the Busa rush, I was trying to get food after church services on the weekend, trying to move from one place to the other, but not having keke and ending up going late for your classes, and as well as trying to navigate a whole new campus that you're not aware about. So basically, this app serves as a solution to those problems. Think about a life where you don't have to leave your house to get food. After class, you don't have to stay on the hot sun in a queue to get food. You can just order from your room, they bring it to the reception, they announce your name, you get your food. Or you order your transportation before you even leave your house. You don't have to wait and signal for keke, and you have a map telling you where you're going, how to get there, and when you have reached your destination. So I'll be passing it to my next member to explain.
So our key features. On this app, there'll be utilization of discount codes and promo codes. Discount codes during remarkable days in the school, like the Founders Week, Grad Class Week, and Freshers Week. Also, discount codes also for people who constantly patronize. Convenience is what we're seeking. Convenience is what we're preaching. So imagine a life where this will increase the efficiency and the productivity of students. I'll be passing it to the next person.
Hi everyone, my name is Arina Zainab. I'm going to be talking about the Busa pizzas. So the Busa pizzas are basically the students. That's the main reason why we actually created this app, to make life more convenient for them. And also staff, even though they're not permanently on campus, when they're on campus, they're able to use this app. And I'm still going to be talking about the key partners. So we're going to actually have like a tech company that will help to bring our idea to life. Also Busa itself and other outside vendors that's obviously authorized by Babcock. I'm going to
So for the assignments we submitted, we made a mock-up app because we're obviously not tech sisters or we're not inclined in tech. So the app was made with MIT App Inventor. So for registering on the app, you register as a student. Everybody knows what UMIS is as a student of Babcock. That is our login portal. So we log in with our UMIS details. Then for a vendor, Booster will help in the registration and authorization of the vendors. Now, for our cost structure, we have a budget of 3 million, 2 million naira for the development of the app, 1 million naira for the expenses, and 50,000 naira for the registration and enlightenment of the vendors. Then for our revenue streams, we have 2 major revenue streams. Might I say that this app is not just restricted to the Babcock community. If Babcock is our first home, like we're starting with Babcock, other universities can implement it according to how their student organizations are. So we have the in-app advertising and a percentage deduction from every successful transaction. For the in-app advertising, a flat rate of 50,000 naira per advertisement. Then for the, so behind me, we have for a day, a week, and a year. Then for the percentage deduction, for every 5% for every successful transaction, that is what we have for a day, a week, and a year. Then the next slide shows like an interface of what the app particularly looks like. And with this, I hope I have been able to show someone or impact in our prospective investors that this is an investment you should put your money in. Thank you.
Oh, that's a good presentation, good solution. I'm quite impressed with the way you've gone about developing your app for Babcock University environment. However, I want to ask, what are your plans for this business for life outside the campus?
Okay,
like
I said earlier, Babcock is our starting point. So it will be a way for us to see what we expect, like who we need to employ, what we need to do, the other services we can employ. And for like, if other private universities decide to embed this idea, like if or 10 other private universities embed this idea, there are 5,000 transactions on the app at this particular day, multiplied by the commission we want, we could generate enough revenue for a bigger platform.
Let me ask a question. Okay, so my question is this. Number one, do you have any peculiar service for people that have special needs? Because Babcock, we have a few people that either are using crutches, they're on wheelchairs and things like that. That's number one. Number two, when you say you're cutting the queues and everything, does this only involve vendors in campus or the school service itself? For example, cafeteria. So how are you going to be working with cafeteria to keep my food? Do you get? So if I'm still in Prince Emmanuel worshiping, how is the cafeteria going to keep my food if I don't want to buy food on Sabbath because stores are not open? So things like that.
So for the first one, you said about special needs. So for the transportation of the special needs people, it will help them. They will just need the app, and then they will like book a ride that, okay, this is where I am. And then the people who are going to be working in these various sectors will also be educated on how this particular app works. Then you said something about cafeteria work, the school system in itself. That might be of a, we didn't put that into the projection for this, but that might be of a hassle because we're not Busa officials, but like our main connection to the people is Busa. So like Busa has control over the vendors and all those things. So it might be easier to like control some things.
You said something about 5% on every transaction. Who is going to bear that? Is it the students or the vendors? Because it's a bit high. 5% on every transaction. Then secondly, I don't know what the school arrangement is, but you mentioned something about delivering food to your hostels. Won't that increase the pestilence of rodents in your hostels?
Well,
it's just a minor detail.
Okay. I want to answer that first. There are already rodents there because people eat in the halls already. People already eat in the halls. So it doesn't really change or add to it. But for the 5%, the vendors will bear the cost when they make the agreement with Busa, whether or not they want to. The same way they pay rent, because they already pay rent to have like a store set up in Busa. So to be on the app itself, if they are interested on being on the app, they will tell them that, okay, for every transaction there's a cut. So they can either like make up like a fixed price for what they want to sell and know that this is their profit on it.
Thank you. Busa the app. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them. Next, Fruit City. Fruit City. Please put your hands together for Fruit City.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and our judges. My name is Aderemi Paul, and I'm the team lead for Fruit City. From our research, we found out that only 2.2% of Nigerians consume the recommended daily intake of fruits. And because of all these drinks on the rise, all these carbonated drinks and chemical drinks that actually have flavor but no fruits, like Five Alive, Fanta, and the likes, are on the rise. Because of all these things on the rise, we have also found out that the rate of death, 71% of death has been recorded globally every year. And because of all these things, we have found out that there is a need for an alternative. Even in Nigeria, we found out that 29% of death is recorded in this country because people don't mind what they take. They don't mind what they eat. They don't have a pattern of healthy lifestyle. And so that's why we're coming with an healthy alternative, which is Fruit City, and our uniqueness is that we are bringing an 100% natural, instantly served products, varieties of fruit products like snacks, fruit cream, and Fruit City juices. So we are giving it to our customers, and it's going to be served at booths and cafes, just like KFC. So we are taking our products to the customer and letting our customer enjoy our products, even at the comfort of wherever they stay. That means they can take it to go. They can take our products to go. So now we are serving it to our sum. Our sum is 7,700. That's in Babcock. That's our sum in Babcock, our serviceable, obtainable market. Those are people we are reaching out to. And we are giving it to them through various means. We are looking at marathons. We can serve it to people at marathon because fruit is very healthy. It's 100% natural, and it's served instantly cold. Very, very nice. So we are giving it to them, and we have found out that in our previous markets, in our previous sales, we had only 12 products, and we were able to sell all the 12 products within 15 minutes, all available 12 products within 15 minutes. And then this has made us discover that we can take this out to everybody because this is very healthy. Now, this fruit product has a way of, because of the fibers that is in it, in fruits, from our discoveries, it can fill up your stomach. It can eat the hunger spot of your stomach, so you don't actually have to eat all the time, but just take these fruits, and then we are okay. Now, by the end of the year, we are going to have easily and cheaply obtained 1.2 million naira at our normal sales rate, 1.2 million naira. And if we have our hands on 500k, that's 200k for equipment, 120k for fruits, 100k for setup booths and transportation and electricity bills. We are going to be able to successfully keep running this business for as long as we choose to. And then our team, I'm the team leader, and my team partner is Aderemi Julia. She's the one running the slide right now at the studio panel. And what I'm here to do is to push the business. I'm creating the space, I'm securing the space, the equipment, the capital to recapitalize this business, and I'm securing the future of this business by thinking and re-strategizing from getting feedback from customers, so many other things like that I don't have time to mention. And what my partner is here to do is she's taking in the analysis, the numbers, the stats, so that this business can run successfully. She's looking into everything like that. And as we grow, we are expanding with team members and everything. Thank you.
Hello, Fruit City. How do you intend to get your fruit supplies?
Through transportation. We are getting it from farms around.
Because I want you to emphasize because of the perishable nature of fruits. You have to tell us how you intend to get it to your location on time and fresh too.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. For the supply, for the recapitalization of the major thing for the business run, which is the fruits, we are getting our fruits. We are getting our fruit from farms that are close by, and people that actually have the fruits that we need. We are getting it from local farms that we can actually buy at a rate that we want to make profit from this. So we are getting it, and we are only getting the ones that we need weekly. So we are getting at a weekly rate so that they don't actually get rotten before we actually use them. So that's why we are serving instantly, and it's fresh, very fresh.
Okay, any long-term goal in terms of acquisition of farmland to establish orchards?
We have that already, but we didn't present it because it's a long-term goal.
Beautiful. Okay.
What's the proposition? What's the advantage of this product in clear terms?
The advantage it is.
The advantage we have over other competitors like Five Alive or Sosa or Fanta is that they are 100% pure fruit juices. They contain no preservatives, no food coloring, no form of chemicals. So it is healthier. It contains fiber also for our target markets, which are athletes and patients of diabetes and obesity and also cancer. They are 100% pure fruits.
Thank you. Okay. The mic, sir. The mic, sir.
My colleague mentioned before, what is the hygiene? What is your concern about hygiene of this product?
The hygiene?
Yes. And what are you using? Any additive in terms of preservative?
No, we are not. She mentioned that we are not using any preservative. We are serving it like you are coming to buy at a food restaurant. So you are serving what was actually just made. That's what we are serving. So that's what our customers are going to be eating. Then the hygiene is just simply, the only thing that we are adding is water H2, and that's no harm. So what we are doing is we are juicing the fruits. When it comes to fruit juice, then we are making the snacks, fruit cream, fruits, chips, and the rest through we already presented them already, through various ways, so that we can actually serve something that is healthy to eat. So those that feel like they are eating too much junk can just decide to take this and feel they are eating healthy for once, because it is very healthy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for Fruit City. The next group is Pick a Grain. Pick a Grain. And as Pick a Grain comes up, Polymer Meat should get ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ophelia. I'm from Equatorial Guinea. I speak Spanish. It's my official language. Our product name is Pick a Grain. This is my teammate. His name is Stephen. And do you want to reduce the amount of people that are dying each day because of food? Do you? So we have a solution. Pick a Grain is the best solution that you can acquire. Pick a Grain, we have discovered that all the world, 7,075 people die each day because of food and also because of unemployment. And if you don't have job, actually, there's no food at home. So Pick a Grain wants to allow each person to have job, because it doesn't have you to have a degree so that you're able to have job. Even if our daddies in the village, they don't have a degree, they can still work in agriculture, because agriculture, we can have a job opportunity for each individual and we reduce the amount of people that are dying in the society. The market segmentation, we have the 300 billion in the world, that they are actually the market size of all over the world. And in Nigeria, we have $800 million, and also in the market segmentation that we take off is $80 million. Thank you.
Our target audience. Sorry, our competitors include companies like Uncle Ben Rice and Carolina Rice. We intend to produce premium rice and good packaging to avoid penetration of insects that will be available. Our products will be available throughout the year and in almost every single food item service providers that are in the country. While we will do this while creating enough revenue to keep the business running for as long as possible. Our target audience is basically everybody, everywhere, because I believe almost everybody here consumes rice, and almost everybody, even if you are on a diet, you're in a low carbohydrate diet, you still consume rice at least once a month or twice a month. Our marketing channels include radio services, billboards, social media marketing platforms. We intend to create such good quality rice that even the consumers themselves will be compelled to market our product to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The revenue sales, we want to sell 40 each day, and we want to have 800,000 naira each day, and we want to have 25,000 naira each month, and we want to have 288,000 naira per year. So we want to have 70 million naira, and this will be able to have a profit of almost 200 million naira. So we are asking for 70 million naira, and we actually, by God's grace, and our team members, we have people that they are in PhD in agricultural sector. We have people that they have knowledge of agriculture, and they are very, very good, that they are our mentors, and they actually, some workers, they are working also in agriculture. The farmers, they are supporting us, they are very happy because they want us to focus very much in agriculture, because agriculture is where all of us, we are eating. So without agriculture, there is no food. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
The entry level into rice production is like a camel passing through, like being passing through the camel's eye. It's very, very difficult and challenging. That's number one. Also, how do you intend to market your product against the foreign rice? Because even the Nigerian rice that is available, people don't buy it and people don't eat it.
Yes, sir. That's why we're able to have new technologies, and we're able to innovate each day. We're able to innovate each day. Like me now, I want to travel by God's grace abroad, so that I can able to learn and then come here in Africa and practice what I have learned. So if I learn how they produce it in the quality way, I will be able to implement here, and I will be able to do something equal, and they will be able to start buying my product, and they will also, I want to also introduce my product to all these Asia and America countries so that they can also buy from Africa. Why not? So this is our main objective.
All right.
I like the name PK Grain. I want to understand the motivation behind it.
The name PK Grain is so wonderful, sir. Yeah. That you just see that product, and someone will just go and buy that. I will go look for different type of rice that are available, and you say pick a grain. That person will definitely pick it. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Pick a Grain. All right, that's quite interesting. Polymer meats. Please put your hands together for polymer meats.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Obaoye Afolu Ajumolo. I am the founder of Polymer Meat. Okay, with me this afternoon, I am with two specimens. One, plastinated, meaning real human being already turned into a plastic-like model. Then this is a plastic brain, synthetic plastic. Okay, why plastination? Why plastination? As a student of anatomy, I noticed that most times when we are being taught in the laboratory, we are being taught with wet specimen. And those wet specimens has a lot of disadvantages. Sometimes we end up having scotchy eyes and crying in the lab, not even talking about the carcinogenic effect of the formalin used to preserve these bodies that we use for learning. So the concept of plastination has helped to cure out all of those disadvantages. As we can see, I have a real human brain here, and we can all be seated here because it's plastinated. This phenomenon has helped to take away odor, retain the integrity of the specimen, which will actually increase effective learning. It is actually lifelike. So what is the unique selling point for us? What's the solution we are bringing? For plastination specimen, they're actually cost effective. For, like I said, for wet specimens or models, we keep on buying those models again or those specimens again. It's a recurrent expedition. But for plastination, once you plastinate once, it is like that for life. It is lifelike. So over time, you are actually saving cost instead of buying and disposing the body over again and again. It has no potential threat to your health. You do not have any fear of contaminating any form of allergies while using this plastinate. It is highly dynamic. We can plastinate just about anything: bones, plants, seedlings. It's cut across so many fields. So what's our market value? According to the NUC, there are about 218 higher institutions in Nigeria. And I must tell you, we must commend Babcock University because we happen to be the only one to have effectively keyed into this. So, and we also have about 13,640 secondary schools in Nigeria. We intend to make use of this market scheme to explore plastinated specimen becoming normal routine over time, meaning that each school should be able to have a plastination laboratory whereby they also make use of plastinates for their teaching methodologies. Our unique selling points, like I said, is cost effective, and it can be locally sourced. The materials to use to make this, it was locally sourced. When we compare our company's objective and orientation, we notice that we actually have an advantage, which is that we plastinate and we sell per organs. And it may interest you, there are about 78 organs that make up the human body. So imagine I want to plastinate a whole body and I'm selling a unit for about 50,000. That's 50,000 times 78, a lot of money. Revenue streams, we intend to get money from sales of this plastinate, regular workshops and training, medical tourism and exhibition. Our team members, myself and Mrs. Toluwani. Okay, for financial projection, we have a total of about 250 million to about 738 million naira within the next 2 years. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you. It's a beautiful presentation. I was only concerned about the safety standards for this polymer material you intend to use to package what you're doing. Any safety standards, how do you compare comply with international safety standards to make that business viable, to make that, people buy from you, especially in that field that you find yourself?
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. Okay, so the purpose of trading plastinates, that is plastinated specimen, is not to actually put them at hazardous places. We intend to sell to higher institution for teaching purposes. Yes, so by so doing, you are not predisposed to harming the general populace. It's just the segmented people or selected people that are well trained into making use of them. And the normal protective training, you use your PPEs. PPEs are personal protective equipment. Why using them? Just general laboratory equipment. Thank you, sir.
Well, I want to commend you for the good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
How do you protect the business from being exposed to just the generals, people that are people of the underworld?
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful question. Okay, so I'm a member of International Society of Plastination. It's a international body to address issues like this. We are registered to make guidelines. We have written guidelines. We don't just make our bodies available. We have procedures to acquire, to protect, and we are mandated to follow those routines. So we can actually check this out on www.ispn. You will find all the procedure for curbing such acts.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Polymer Meets. Thank you. Next, we have RetroPay Wallet. RetroPay Wallet. While they come up, Budget Boutique should please be getting ready.
All right. Since the pitch isn't up there, I'll just proceed. All right. My name is Moshokwe. I'm the CEO and co-founder of RetroStack. And in 2022, $2.16 billion came into Nigeria through international payments and cross-border remittances. However, this process is still limited, unreliable, and expensive. Here is Aisha. Aisha is a nurse who works and lives in the US and wants to send some money back home to her brother for him to pay his school fees in time. However, she's faced with challenges such as high transaction fees and long payment processing times. There are approximately over 100 million people who face this same problem just as Aisha, which is why we're building RetroPay. RetroPay is a digital payments platform that enables instant, local, and international payments for individuals and businesses in Nigeria. Currently, we've built our MVP, which supports local transfers, and our MVP therefore allows our users to fund their wallets, send money to any Nigerian bank account, to pay for bills, and also to view their analytics and their spending habits. In the future, we plan to introduce multi-currency accounts, which will enable our users to send and receive money in other currencies, such as USD and pounds. We would also be implementing our most requested features, such as payment links for businesses to receive payments from anywhere in the world, and also our savings automation and QR payments, our QR payment methods, right? We are powered. Okay, so next. Yeah. So we're powered by stablecoins. Stablecoins are digital currencies which are on the blockchain, which are issued and regulated by central banks of various nations in the world. This gives us the edge to be the fastest and cheapest solution out there compared to our competitors. Next slide, we see how we stand with our competitors, with our transaction speed being instant within 10 to 30 seconds, your payment is processed, and our transaction fees being one of the lowest tier in the market, standing at a 1.5% transaction for international payments. Right, our market is a huge and promising one with a total available market of $19 billion and an obtainable market of $10 million, which we hope to acquire in our first 5 years. How we plan to make money is through transaction fees and merchant fees. We plan to charge a 1.5% transaction fee for every international transaction and also a merchant fee of 2.5% capped at $5 for merchant transactions. Our target market involves young adults, specific focuses on university students such as Babcock University, Nigerians in diaspora, and also small, medium-sized businesses in Nigeria. Our team is made up of experts, industry experts all around the world, from ex-Microsoft engineers to business analysts to legal, growth, and financial experts in the Nigerian ecosystem. Our traction has been from January 2023, which is beginning of this year. We got incorporated, and on the 10th of April, we'll be launching our MVP to a waitlist of over 500 sign-ups on our waitlist, rather. Our financial projection stands at a revenue of 37 million naira and an expenditure of 10 million naira in our first year, and in our third year, a revenue projection of 49 million and an expenditure of 20 million. Right? Our ask is a partnership with Babcock University to allow RetroPay become one of the key players providing payment solutions for students and businesses on campus, and also a $10,000 investment to help us scale our teams and also cover our technical costs. Once again, my name is Adeyemi Olomushpe. I'm the CEO, co-founder of RetroStack. Thank you very much.
If I heard you correctly, you said you accept payment in dollars, right?
Sorry?
You accept payment in USD, that's in dollars?
Yes, in multiple currencies.
Multiple currencies. Okay. For the past 3 or 4 months, how many of the students in school have you been able to pay, have been able to use RetroPay to pay for their iTunes?
All right, so as of now, we have actually not opened up to students. We've actually not opened up to public use, right? But however, we have our beta testing currently going on. And our beta, also our MVP hasn't been opened up to international payments. Why? Because for you to play in that space, you must be regulated. So we are currently in the process of getting that license from the CBN, but that feature has already been implemented. But we can't just put it out because we are not obligated to based on our licenses, yes.
Yeah, my question is, my concerns, or my question is about what is the security? How secure is this platform? And if it's secured, what are these dynamics of these securities?
All right, great question.
Either from the primary end or the secondary end.
Great question. Right, so we are in partnership with NDIC, which ensures deposit funds are secured on our platform. So before you can become a wallet, you must be NDIC cleared. That's one. Also, we work with Test Cyber Solutions, which are digital security experts who ensure our systems are end-to-end encrypted, right? So when you send money cross-border, they're ensuring that from here your money is secure, and over there where your recipient is, your money is also secure, right? So also we're also ensuring and growing partnerships with other security policies which are government-based in other nations where we can receive and send money as well.
All right, that will be all for now. Thank you very much. Next, we have Budget Boutique. Budget Boutique, please. Let's put our hands together for Budget Boutique. Why Budget Boutique? boutique comes up, I'd like to announce that there's a list that was passed around. The list is stuck somewhere. Kindly help the list to resurface so it will get to where it's supposed to get to. Thank you.
All right. Wow, it actually feels so weird hearing my voice from that speaker here. But well, we are Budget Boutique. I'm Olisa, he's Ayo, and this is Peter. And basically, the problem we are trying to solve is the clothing industry, the fashion industry. So what do I mean by fashion industry? Personally, for me, I've actually tried to work on, actually go to thrift shops to buy clothes, because that's actually where I buy my clothes, because I don't have enough money to spend on expensive clothes on Jumia or Konga or other sites. So I asked myself that I don't like the stress of actually going to these thrift shops. I really don't like the stress. I don't like the stress because I'm just going to be there rubbing shoulders with 100,000 people, and I don't know if I'm going to get coronavirus by the time I get home. So basically, I go home and I actually thought about it, and I'm like, isn't there a platform whereby you can actually buy these clothes online? And I went digging, because that's how I'm oriented. And I went digging and I found several platforms like Trip.ng, 5K Shop, and some other Nigerian platforms which have poor marketing, but they have a business running. And now, one thing that makes them different from us is that they actually only focus on women, which is where we stand. And I found a lot of problems with that. So I don't know if you can open the problem slide. Yeah. So basically, I found a lot of problems both for the people that are selling the product and the people that are actually buying the product, right? So for the people that are selling the product, there are a lot of problems, like logistics problems, because we have gone around, we have spoken to so many of all these clothes sellers, fashion sellers, and we have spoken to them and we have gone around, and one of their major problems is logistics, customer outreach, right? And for the people that are actually buying the product, the buyers, the people that are buying the product, their number one issue is actually expensive clothes. They said that they have gone to, if they can't use the online platforms, they will. But they have gone through the online platforms and they found out that all of them are expensive and they call themselves thrift clothes. So basically, we are able to solve that with our solutions. Hello. Our solutions, please, so that everybody can see it. But before, as it's loading, I'm going to tell you our solutions. Right now, number one, our solution basically to the expensive clothing is thrift clothes, which this online platform really don't sell. Right? We have billions of dollars being spent in what you guys know as Okrika, what Nigerian people know as Okrika clothes. We have billions of dollars being spent, and it's like we don't have an online platform whereby these are sold, which opens a market. That's number one. Before I run out of time, I'll give it to my other people here. We also help with the logistics support for the platform, which I'm going to use to hand over to my logistics expert.
So basically, we made a lot of surveys with these small business owners, and we found out that they have a problem with logistics, which our startup is trying to solve by partnering with different logistics startups also to help these small business owners push their markets to their buyers easier. So thank you.
Okay, good day. I'm going to be talking about our market size, the market we target for this startup. So first of all, I'm going to talk about our TAM, that is our total addressable market, which amounts to 4 billion naira in revenue for clothing annually in Nigeria. Our SAM, which is 2 billion naira, that is $2 billion, sorry. That's about 50% of the whole revenue for clothing. It goes into thrift clothes. And about 50% of that $2 billion goes into thrift clothes in Lagos. Then I'm going to talk about our revenue model. These are the means by which we intend to pull in revenue into this startup. The first and major one of them is commission. So we are going to get a commission of sales on our platform of about 1.5% of one of the sales. And we are also going to do Google Ads.
So I hope that explains what we are going to do, because the slides, time is up. So any questions so far?
Thank you. All right. Are you a fashion tech solution company, or you have bend down clothes to sell?
No, we're not. We are a tech company. All we are is kind of like an arbitrage. So basically what we do is that we already have the the people that sell clothes are willing to partner with us, right? And it's not like bend down select, you know.
That's thrift. Thrift is bend down.
Yeah. I know where I'm getting to. Like, it's not like we are giving people low quality clothes, right? We have quality testing, which is actually going to be used through ratings, which is actually what a lot of these products or services that involve the use of several people. You know, quality control is actually a very important thing. You know, Uber is doing something like that. Okay, imagine like bad drivers in Uber, they get low ratings, which gives them less customers. So that's what we want to do. So I really don't like the word like bend down select for our business. You know, it's not, yeah. Yeah. Ended up. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be all for Budget Boutique. Okay, before I call the last but not the least startup group, I announced earlier about the list that Live Your Dreams Africa representative passed around. Please kindly let us have the list if you have it. There's the list of those who intend to participate in the training that they organize. Please kindly let that list get to Daniel. All right, so while that is happening, let's invite for their pitch the Big Shot. Big Shot.
Okay. So, one of the thousands of events that happened last year, particularly April 23rd, included the wedding of my cousin. We got home, a few weeks later, we were expecting pictures and videos. The pictures and video came, and the pictures had bad quality, the graphics were off, the fonts were off, the video had shaky footage and bad audio. Now, this was a very, very poor investment for a very, very important life memory. Now, we understand the significance of individuals and business owners communicating well to their target audience, but business owners and individuals fall short frequently when it comes to visual material. Now, it is not because they lack the ideas or they lack the creativity. It is because they lack the expertise on how to target their audience with visual content. And that is why Big Shot Productions is here. Big Shot Productions is a one-stop shop for professional videography, photo, and graphic content. Big Shot Productions is up to date on all media trends, and we have a broad understanding of all our clients' target audience. Now, we possess a diverse and very creative team, and we are a value-driven company, and we give our clients the 100% and also let them know that their input is 100% very much valuable.
Okay, so Big Shot Production, our market is startup companies, small-scale or medium-scale businesses, and university departments. We are based within the Babcock community, but we are looking to expand our horizons. So ways in which we market our business is through referrals. We've done sponsorships. We do a lot of direct marketing. We've done personal selling, and of course, social media engagement. Now, our team is currently a group of 9 very creatively minded individuals who also reflect how diverse the world can be. So each person has at least 2 years experience in the preferred field that they've chosen, and we are very organized and we have a lot of teamwork.
Okay, so for the first 2 months in startup, which was February this year, February 2nd, actually, Big Shot Productions has been able to reach out to 30% of the Babcock student community, and we have been able to we have been able to shoot a very large show in Babcock here. The classic world concept Metals First Love was sponsored by Big Shot Productions, and We possess a very diverse and creative team, and in the next 12 months, we plan to expand outside Babcock and start shooting events outside of the Babcock four walls.
Our major competition right now is the BUCC media team and freelancers such as LED Photography, Sammy the Great, and the JB Photography. Our unique selling point is that we have a very cohesive team which provides ample opportunity for creativity and fast results.
So, Big Shot Productions is set to raise, at the end of its first fiscal year, an estimate of over 8.3 million naira with over 250 photo shoots, and that will result in estimately about 2 million naira in profit.
So, to propel our business to a higher level, we would be needing a solid investment of about 10 to 15 million naira to create awareness, to get more equipment, and to set up branches all over private universities in Nigeria and outside of the university sphere. With this investment, the investor stands to gain a stake of 5% in the business.
My name is Adegbijiro Timi, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Big Shot Productions, and with me here I have
Olaton of Fortune, the Chief Operations Officer of Big Shot Productions.
Big Shot Productions, and we are making an impact with every shot. Thank you.
Well done, Big Shots. You are making a great impact indeed.
Thank
but
you
I
very
just
much,
want to ask you, how exactly is your business different from the previous one? I mean, from others generally, when it comes to photography and videography.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to start with we all know photographers and videographers in Babcock University, and most of them work freelance. So it is, oh, my friend referred me to this, my friend referred me to this. But Big Shot Productions is a group of creatives. So you don't have one photographer working on one job. You can have like 3 to 5 photographers working on one job, and there's this difference when one person is thinking about something and when 5 people can come together to think about something. Now, if you look, faster rates, our company is also good because we produce faster results. For the CWC's Metals First Love, a video was released the very next morning after the show was done. So always, at least 24 hours after your events, you'll be sure to get returns for what you have invested in, which is investing in us and making us to be able to get to your target audience, to project what you were actually trying to do to those that were available at the program when the show was done.
All right, thank you. The judges are nodding, trying to assimilate everything that you have said. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's been a beautiful, beautiful, fantastic afternoon on this pitching competition. 15 startup groups have pitched, and the judges have taken notes. They are compiling their notes, and very soon they will announce the results. And so the next few minutes we'll see them cross the T's and dot the I's. I don't know if you're comfortable, but I'm sure at some point you would have to compare notes. Perhaps we ask that you kindly be excused, maybe go outside or somewhere where you'll be able to have better concentration to finish this. But if you think that you're fine here, we can. What's a pleasure, sirs and ma'ams? So perhaps we can just step out. So Dr. Ajibade will chaperone you and ensure you will find some comfortable place to conclude this assignment. While that is going on, we have some interesting attractions, some shows and entertainment. And so we have an artist, an upcoming artist, Babcock, great, doing his own thing. We're going to invite him, and I will call on someone who knows how to invite him to stage to please do that right away. Thank you. Please come up.
Great Babcock. Sorry, he said upcoming artist. Please let me correct that. He's the best artist in Babcock University. See, this artist I'm about to invite happens to be a student of Univac before he left to Babcock University. He's currently a 400 level student of music department. He's also the fastest rapper in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Basketball. Basketball. He's also the social director of graduating class students. Basketball is the fastest rapper in Africa and the best artist in Babcock University. He's going to prove me right now. Fastest rapper in Africa. Welcome on stage.
Yeah, man. Well, my stage name is Basketball, and I'm a 400 level student, as I said, of Music and Creative Arts Department. And I'm going to perform a song that was written by me during a very difficult moment in life, which I believe everybody can relate to. You know, that moment when you put in all the work, and it's like as if nothing is working out, but then you smile through the pain. But then you get to that difficult moment in life, that breaking point, that scary place that is filled with pain and anxiety that either makes you or breaks you. Yeah.
Walking to the school. And in this world is one big school, and we're the students of this world. I'm the best man that rap, you want to be talking.
know they waste time. When it comes to money, we dey make time. Man, you know we getting money, no they waste time. Man, you know that I'm a king, I know they waste time. Yeah, man, we know they waste time. When it comes to money, we dey make time. Man, you know we getting money, no they waste time. Man, you know that I'm a king, I know they waste time. All the way with me, I want you to go all the way with me. So baby, please just come and stay with me. We can do it every day and week. I make the ones every time, you know the boys that my time. I see the future, you know that I'm the future is mine. You know I'm right, I know what I'm doing my time. And you know I'm gonna do it right. You know what I'm doing, I know what I'm doing, what you do, what you do, you know that I'm gonna put it every year, every day. I'm gonna go up and you know I'm gonna get it better. You know that I'm gonna get it better, get it better. I'm gonna do my thing every day, you know I'm gonna do my thing every way. You know I'm gonna keep on my own, you know I'm gonna keep on listening to you. I'm gonna work on my own, listen on the day, you know that I'm gonna be moving away. I'll be up on the system, I'll be up on the system, my baby. I know that's what you're doing, it's just myself, or me, my baby. You know that I'm gonna do it, it's just myself. Man, we know they waste time. When it comes to money, we dey make time. Man, you know we getting money, no they waste time. Man, you know that I'm a king, I know they waste time. Yeah, man, we know they waste time. When it comes to money, we dey make time. Man, you know we getting money, no they waste time. Man, you know that I'm a king, I know they waste time. All the way with me. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. All the way with me. I want you to go all the way with me. So baby, please just come and stay with me. Cause we can do it every day. All the way with me. I want you to go all the way with me. So baby, please just come and stay with me. Cause we can do it every day.
Mainly Babcock. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give me another big hand. All right, so we are coming to the last moment of the Babcock Entrepreneurship Week, Season 1, where the 50 startups will be jostling for the prizes that will be announced later. But before then, because the judges are still putting their scores together, I would like us to share, while we wait for them, what we have learned from these sessions. What is your big takeaway from the interactions that we have had with the presenters, our guests today? I know many of us had questions to ask. So beyond the questions, because they're not here to answer your question, would you like to just share one or two things that you have learned that can benefit you and benefit others? I'll begin from this side. Anybody, quickly, I'll just ask you to come over here, take a minute or two and share with us what you consider your big takeaway from this presentation and from this session that we have had. Anybody, please? Anybody? Please share with us. Okay. Our logbook. Please put your hands together for this logbook man. Please come. And if there's anyone else, please just kindly come up to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think if there's anything I learned today was from the man that sat at the extreme end. When he was talking about he had friends since now he's quite old, and then he had friends way long before, and then they are still friends now. And I would say this: a lot of us are quick to judge. Your friend starts a business and then he stops talking to you. It's not because he does, but the thing is, you have to see your word. You understand? It's more like okay, a friend of mine, a very close friend of mine, started a clothing brand last semester. He traveled out and then he came back, started a clothing brand. And then he stopped talking to me, most of us. But he didn't know I was a photographer. And then when he got to know, you understand, he started coming back. I didn't see that offensive. But until he started seeing my work and what I could bring to the business, it's just normal. So we and then the Showa, or the one that graduated from the school, she said something about she graduating and then she was in the same room with Priscilla, you understand? And then she could have stepped this Priscilla the stepping. I don't know if that's what she meant directly, but the thing is, if Priscilla has seen her work, she doesn't need to market herself. Priscilla could have called her even after she graduated. So make sure to always impact, because people who you don't know are the ones who are going to refer you. Thank you.
Please let's give him a hand. Let's put our hand together for him. What's your name again, sir?
Kenny Joseph.
Kenny Joseph, thank you.
My name is Ngozi Nancy, a 400 level education student. The question is, what is your biggest takeaway from this event? My biggest takeaway is just one statement. If your dreams are not big enough to scare you, you have not started dreaming.
Right? That's it. If your dreams are not big enough, if you're not scared, if it doesn't scare you, if it doesn't scare you to a point where you feel like you can't make it, then you haven't dreamt big enough. Okay, but when it's given to you and then you attempt it and you see that you can actually make it, then that's when you have a dream. So that's a big takeaway from me too. Anybody else? Anyone who wants to share something? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so this is Mrs. Oluwakemi Adifowoshe. Is the significant order of one of our guest speakers. Please put your hands together for her.
Hi, everybody. So my name is actually Folakemi Adifowoshe. One of the things I'm going to say is there are some times that you will try and there might be error and you need to try again. Try again might either be in the sense that you need to try that business again, or you need to try a new business. Someone like me, I used to be a baker, and then I went to cake school, and then although it was more like, oh, my mom wanted me to be an entrepreneur, so she was like, go to this cake school, she registered, she paid, I went. I was one of the most creative in the class, and I started the business. But I realized that there were a lot of technicalities that cake business required, and I didn't have that. And I was like, no, I don't think I really want to go into this business. So I stopped. I went my years of school, became a teacher at home. I even tried fashion designing. I was like, oh my God, there are a lot of creative technicalities in this, and I can't do this. And I stopped that as well. Then I met my husband, then we were dating, and I got to understudy his food business, and I was like, okay, wow, so you can put this amount of required effort into this business, and then you can get this return. Then, okay, I think I can do this too. So I went back and actually prayed that God, okay, what do I really need to do as an entrepreneur that give me that business idea, give me that problem I need to solve. Whereas all this while, I used to make drinks. Like, I'm a kind of person, I don't like to go to party and they serve me just a bottle of Coke and that's all you have for the rest of the day. I like to have varieties, I like to have my cup, ice, and all this kind of things, and even request as much as I want. So I started something whereby I make local Chapman. So if I'm going for my grandmother's burial, I'm going with my cooler of drink. If I'm going for my friend's birthday, I'm going with my cooler of drink. Not because I want to sell or because I want you to pay me for, because I want to be able to have enough to drink. Then, someone came to me one day, I was like, oh, you made this thing for your sister's birthday. Can you make it for us in school? Then I went to Unilag. So our department wanted to have a mix G&C, they want to have like an event in their department. They were like, okay, can I make this? And I was like, yeah, sure. So that was the first time I would ever make it. I was someone paid for it. Even at then, I didn't think of it as a business. It was just something I enjoyed doing. So like I said, after I went to my husband and my husband was into full business and I saw the projection, I was like, okay, you know what? Okay, so when I actually went to go to pray, and I saw a vision actually. I saw the vision of me making drinks and selling to customers. Like when people come to buy food from my husband, I make my drinks, put it in the cup, package it, put cover, put ice, put straw, and sell to people. And I was like, okay, let's try this and see how it goes. I presented the business idea to my husband. My husband was like, okay, yes, it's something we can go into. He invested in me. I wrote on his platform, and that was how I was able to start my own drink business. And then the proceeds I was able to get from selling those little drinks that I was making back then as Chapman, local Chapman, I was able to have enough money to go to a proper cocktail school and learn to be a professional bartender before I now started my own business. So I'm saying all this because sometimes you might try a business and it's an error. Sometimes you might need to just go back and work on the business. Sometimes you're already doing something that is business-like, that you have no idea that you can make money from that thing. Some of you, the courses you're studying in school is already a business on its own, but you just need to find that problem that you need to solve. And once you find that problem that you need to solve, it will always bring money in for you, whether you want it or not. So don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Any other comments? Do you want to share any other thing? We've had two people give us their takeaways. Mrs. Alibo, she has shared some more nuggets, and Debbie is here.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So beyond what every other person did and said here, I learned my own lesson, which is irrespective of your small idea. I'm giving this instance based on what we pitched. What we pitched was basically an idea, but we met the big boys, persons of Mario Productions and the rest, already into the business here. But irrespective of your small idea, there is something called oppression, but there is a bigger thing called suppression. So do not allow your oppression take over you, but get ready to suppress it. Thank you.
Yeah, that was sharp. Okay, any other? Do not allow your oppression to take over you, but do what? Maybe I didn't hear that again. Let your suppression do what? Suppress your oppressor. All right, thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Abelo Oluwashi. And one of the things I've learned today is that your work is what you do to fulfill purpose, while your job is what you do to meet ends meet. And then when I heard that word, I've been trying to devise some plans over there. Because I've been wondering, in this country, how do you dive into the business world, because we have a lot of competitors? From what I've heard today and those who have come here to teach, I've realized that you shouldn't be scared or afraid to dive into it. Just sit down and try to identify the problem, because there will always be a problem in this world. What you need to do is identify the problem, and then, like someone said yesterday, have the passion to start. Don't just have dreams, and then don't just make wishes. I wish to be this, I wish to be that. You need to act. And also, learn to keep friends, because you don't know when you need them. And one thing I learned in this is, try to have 3 sets of people in your life. Those whom you know are better than you, that you look up to. Those you're on the same rank, and those who are also looking up to you, so that you can learn from those 3 sets. And whenever you're in a team, be ready to learn and be ready to work with the team.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we have one of our guests here from Innovate Lab.
Tolu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Funso Adeshola, and I'm the chief of staff for Innovate Lab and Innovation Hub in Gomosho. Okay, so I'm going to be reporting 3 things that I learned during today's activity. And the first thing is about collaboration and relationship management. While the lady that graduated from this school was speaking, she emphasized on relationship. Although she didn't exactly state it that way, the way I learned it, it was more like, relationships can be very difficult. Managing relationships can be very, very, very difficult. It can take a strain on your mental health. But being able to rightly see through relationships and manage them properly can be maybe the next big thing for your business idea. Then the second thing I learned is no idea is too small. Nothing is too small for you to pitch to somebody. I mean, if you're able to think it through, then you're able to do it. And that means that somebody somewhere needs implementation of that your idea. So this is to say to everybody that we're not part of this process, so push yourself forward. Don't think that you don't have something to present, or your idea is not novel enough, or every other person is doing it. Put your special ingredients, that thing that makes it unique, that thing that makes you unique, add it to your business idea, and you're ready to scale. And the last thing I want to talk about is feedback. Should I call it the art of taking or accepting feedback? If there's anything probably because I can say maybe because I'm part of the process, so I have this background knowledge about some of the business ideas that are pitched today, is taking feedback. Not too many people understand how to take feedback. And if you are an entrepreneur, if you're a business person, you need to learn how to take feedback. Not everybody will like your idea. People will tell you, they will shout you and they will tell you this idea cannot fly. And then if you allow that to limit you, well, you're already shooting yourself in the leg. But if you're able to, take whatever criticism that you get and, fire that into your business, it can be the next thing that, will shoot your business forward. So this is to emphasize that whatever the effects of this pitch is today, don't let that limit you. And for those that were not privileged to be part of this, please, I don't know, maybe people were taking note of what people were sharing, but if you can remember anything that was being shared today, do well to take notes, build on those ideas, and do something amazing for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Funso. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges are almost set. We have guests coming in, especially representatives of the Babcock University administration, who will be handing over the awards and the prizes to those who will win them. We want to thank everyone for being here, for hanging out today with Babcock Entrepreneurship Development Center. It's been a week-long activity beginning from Monday and climaxing today, Thursday. It's been very enterprising. It's been very mind-blowing and motivating to some people. And so I'd like to wish everyone good luck as you venture into various ideas, into your various endeavors, bright and sharp ones. The future is bright indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have had a very fantastic afternoon. If the director for Ventures, Francisco is here, please kindly come off stage right now while we wait for the judges. Francisco is the director for Transport and Ventures, Babcock University Student Association. Please put your hands together for Francisco, who is going to come up here to I appreciate everyone on behalf of Busa for what has happened this week and particularly today. I want to clap for Francisco now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you all for making out time to come out here today to witness all these young talents and ideas. To be honest, I've been here since the beginning, and I must say, me as a student, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing my fellow students do up here. The funny thing is that all of them have, they have solutions to a lot of problems, to things that we can't even expect, and they have come up with such ideas and innovations to solve a lot of problems in our society today. I want to urge everyone, even if you are not up here presenting, displaying your ideas, at least they have shown you the ways, they have shown you how to do it in a more bigger picture. And I continue to urge everyone that you continue to motivate yourself in whatever business you are doing or in whatever idea you have in mind and you wish the world to know. Make use of every tool around you. We have the opportunity as students to be here today. Babcock has given us that opportunity. And I must confess that we are very lucky. And for the speakers today, though they are not here, I believe that we all have heard all what they have said, how their history began, and how their businesses, their various businesses started off, and how they have been able to achieve a lot. And I believe that even if you are those that participated, even if you are not a winner, today I believe that everybody that participated and all of us here are winners, and we'll be able to one day be called upon like the guests, like all the speakers here, to speak in various occasions and also give speech on how our growth on business and other ideas and innovations has been. So I urge everyone to practice and implement the method of increasing. And what I mean by increasing is learning with observation. As you can see, what was simply done here, or why you're sitting here, that was the doing. Observing what is being taught, and it's a very good way of I believe that God will help us all to continue to grow in our different and various businesses. And on behalf of the BUSA president, the BUSA has two arms, that's the executive and senate arm. So on behalf of those two arms, I wish to thank everyone for coming out here, and I pray that the good Lord continue to bless us all and continue to strengthen us. And before I leave, I want to give a very big shout out to Daniel Louise. He's a 300 level student. He's a 300 level medical student. And from what I know, he has worked very, very hard to make sure that this day or this week comes through perfectly. And the director has been really supportive. And also we have worked hand in hand. And I want to give that big shout out to him, because you see, even at night, when I'm sleeping, surprised, Daniel will be knocking at your door. That, oh, we haven't done this, and everyone that participated, not just here, there are people excelling. So after a year, you're not too tired, just walk up there, anything you feel like you like, by patronize your fellow students. And with that, we all grow in good health. And thank you once again for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Thank you very much for those kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, I've called one more person to share his thoughts, but before I do that, I'd like to quickly say this before our guests come in. You know, these are people who have, you know, in Pidgin they say, follow who know road. Follow who know road. These people know the way. They have charted the course, they know the terrain, they have learned the ropes. So if I were you, like I would do, I would tag along, I would drag them, I would ask questions, I would ask them to show me how they made it, and they are ever willing. I know that, you know, and I can tell you that they are willing to share with us their secret and how they made it. The world out there is very tough. It's a rough terrain. It's like a jungle. Of course, you know, the first rule in the jungle is self-preservation. So it's survival of the fittest. So that is why every opportunity that can help you succeed there, please start from them. So I'm going to invite Tolu. Tolu also has come from Innovate Lab. Innovate Lab, Tolu, please. Let's put our hands together for Tolu. One of our guests.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I was telling you to tell you that I probably just wanted to hold back. Well, it's actually a comment. I want to actually place a comment, and also probably what I'm going to say will help someone. I remember someone asked the question the other time that how can you find yourself? How can you know yourself, right? And I think that's the very first question to ask, even either you are going for the job as an entrepreneur or you're going to be a professional or all of that. You need to actually understand yourself. And that very particular, I lead a startup. Innovate Lab is a startup from Dream. So one of the startups from Innovate Lab is Great North Africa. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of that company. And I can understand what building a startup really means. So that's why I commend everybody that shared here, that pitched here today, and they have really, really done well. Some of us, we met yesterday and it was actually amazing. So for this, for you, when you want to start out in life and you're looking for a very perfect career path, there's a very important question to ask yourself, and that is, what is your purpose? Why am I here? It's very important because according to research, because part of what we do in Great North Africa is that we help students learn how to learn. It's an edtech platform. We help students learn how to learn. And we discovered two major things that causes failure in the Nigerian academic ecosystem. And the first one is actually low cognitive abilities, and the second one is career dissatisfaction. What do I mean by that? Some people actually are forced by parental influence that I want you to study this course. I don't know if there's anybody here. You are studying the course that is your childhood dream. Wave your hands. That's like 0.1%. Amazing. Okay, we have up to 2% of the entire hall. Okay, and sometimes, most of the time, our parents actually prevail when it comes to your course or study, and sometimes peer pressure, peer influence, and all of that. But and one of the problems also that causes career dissatisfaction is that limitation as to exposure to the total absolute number of career paths that is possible that you can pursue. My company actually did research on Nigeria. We have more than 250 courses in the Nigerian university system. I bet some people don't know more than 20. Okay, and we don't know how there is a particular course. How do you create interest in it? So all of this is actually nuances that actually affect all of this. So what I'm going to actually say is that for you to find yourself, which is a prerequisite for you to be able to find the accurate problem to be able to solve, and which will actually lead you to find your passion, you need to understand your career prospect. So I'm just going to say is that we have a program that is coming up. So it's going to be a virtual career bootcamp. If you have a problem or a question around the career path or finding yourself, you can actually look up and probably follow Great Plus Africa on social media. It's spelled Great Plus Africa, GRATEPLUS US, and Africa. So you can check us on Facebook and Instagram. We'll be posting the flyer very soon. By the end, probably next week, so you can access it and then you can connect and find solutions to that particular problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tolu. Please, a round of applause for Tolu again. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judges are done. They have sweated it out, and I'm sure they have come out with the perfect results. So at this point, before I call on the representatives of the judges, the one who has the mantle of announcing the results, let me very quickly introduce the Managing Director of the Babcock Investment Group. I used to think he's a GMD. I don't know whether he's a GMD, sir. Professor Ebwake. Professor Johnson Ebwake is the head of the Babcock Investment Group. And he said I must come in and see what's happening here today. Everybody they take my investment. They can even invest all of us here now. All right, thank you, sir, for coming. At this point, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for announcement and presentation of the awards. So I will invite Dr. Habib. Dr. Habib is the one who has this saddle of announcing the winners. Thank you, Dr. Habib is going to come up and he will be assisted by Dr. Ajibade.
Great Babcock. Great Babcock. First of all, I must commend the efforts of the organizers of this program because it is such an impactful one that can help stir the youth of our tomorrow of the importance of entrepreneurship business. So it's a laudable project that I feel should be increased. At the end of this exercise, we have 15 contestants. We have the winner, and we have first, second, and third runner-ups. I'll start from the list. The third runner-up group comprised 8 contestants. We have number 1, Busa Up, with a total score of 67%.
Please come, if you hear them, please come off stage. Busa Up, Busa the Up, please. So you see them immediately.
Second, we have the Czech Zobo, with a total of 66.42%. Next is Good City, with 65.29%. Followed by Olaka Services with a score of 63.86%. Next is iConnect with an average score of 61%. Followed by Airbolance with 60.29%.
Okay, we'll invite the Deputy Bursar, Dr. Adebayo Ojo, to please come up stage for a presentation. The Deputy Bursar, please. Dr. Adebayo Ojo, please put your hands together for the Bursar. He will be assisting the DVC academics, Professor Philemon Amanze. Professor Philemon Amanze is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics. He's been here with us since yesterday.
Okay, there will be a turnaround. Okay, we'll be calling you one by one. Number 15 we have here is Pick a Grade with a total of 56.29%. Pick a round of applause for them. Pick a brain. Now I understand that they have a cash prize of 100,000 naira. A round of applause for them. Next, number 14 is budget with a score of 60%. Budget, 60%. We also have a cash prize of 100,000 naira. Yes.
That moves your cheek.
We are Logbook Limited, and we are just very simple in our aim and objective. We try to make education easy for both the rich and poor. We are an electronic platform that helps to deliver any recommended material, textbook, whatsoever it might be, to students, be you rich or poor, so that education can be free for almost everyone. That's the simple brand we represent with Logbook.
The Babcock Entrepreneurship Week has been an enlightening one for me. For me, I love the impact focus on youth entrepreneurship across Africa and outside the Babcock ecosystem. It has given me exposure to how the global startup industry works. For one, I've loved the learning modules from our instructors and our directors here, and the team also have been able to collaborate to birth even new ideas and partnerships. Also, I have been opportune to meet entrepreneurs of like minds that I would forever have in my record books that I can always reference and access networking opportunities, mentoring, and even access to funding.
Well, we are saying we are grounded. This is just a stepping stone for us, and we have suffered a lot of setbacks in the way, and this is just a reward that we think and we know we deserve. But doesn't make us proud. We are grounded, but at the same time we are elated. We are going to use this opportunity to relax and refresh and go again.
For me, I think the best advice I would give to budding youths, entrepreneurs across this ecosystem would be that you should start, no matter how small. You should experiment fast, as there's no perfect solution to any problem. You can develop a solution, a different solution to the same problem to innovate. And that is what I really appreciate about this ecosystem. We use this opportunity to thank Babcock Entrepreneurship Development Center,
as well as thanking every partner, everyone who has invested time to make the Babcock Entrepreneurship Week possible, the maiden edition. And we are using this opportunity to say we are very grateful as the winners of the first Babcock Entrepreneurship Week. We forever are grateful. Thank you. Woo!